Good morning, boys and girls. How you doing today? Today is Sunday. I promised I was gonna stream for you today, guys. I'm gonna be streaming for a little bit until sometime like 1:30 maybe. It all depends. But guys, I appreciate all of you and anyone that wants to come and chat for today. Today is a Sunday, fun day. Talk to you soon, guys. Come along. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no problem. How you doing today?
Excellent.
What's your name?
Myra.
Oh, no problem.
We're trying to call you. We saw you stopped. Like, uh-oh, wrong address.
Yeah, no problem. You going to any particular place within Central Park South?
No.
All right, so we're gonna have to avoid certain ways going up north because of the street. There's a street fair.
Yeah.
So
Okay. We're just heading into the park.
Central Park.
Just walking.
Yeah, you could actually enter Central Park from 5th. Yeah, so we're gonna go east and go up Madison because we can't go straight up that way because they have street festival.
Oh,
Yeah.
what's the festival for?
Yeah, it's just food, basically.
Ah,
That's
okay.
what it is.
In Central Park?
No, not in Central Park. On the street
No,
of
right
New
here.
York, yes.
They have the street closed.
Yeah, they're closing on the weekends.
He's saying that you can just.
So it's actually a lot. You can enter the park anyway within Central Park South. But the main entrance to Central Park is actually on 8th, but 5th Avenue will be quicker, quicker and to get into the park, obviously. But,
Okay.
because there's not the residential, it's the tallest building. But it's gonna be a little, you know, it will be probably the third one, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like the columns on the bottom.
Yeah, JP Morgan, they can't afford to spend $1 billion on a building, right?
Yeah. Well, it's crazy. I mean, it's office. Why are you building offices? I mean, that office is going to come back.
You mean bring back people to work?
Yeah.
No. Everyone's working remotely now.
No, I know. That's why would you spend $1.6 billion on a building?
Yeah, because JP Morgan's, they bail out the treasury at one point during the Great Depression.
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah. No, you're right. Capitalism came in to bail out the government.
There you go. This enters the park.
Right.
As soon as you get in, you might want it to go to Shakespeare on the Park. No, you can go to Shakespeare on the Park now.
Yeah, we.
Are you gonna?
Do you have any recommendations?
You're gonna find some hustlers here. They're gonna ask you to go to Central Park. I mean, you could do the tour, but it's gotta be cheap. It can't be, you know, because some people they charge arm and a leg for these rides. Yeah, no. I was wondering, like, because I know that there's guys that usually ask you to go through the park. Yeah, no, enjoy the park. You can walk right here. There's a loop.
Yeah.
The lower part of the loop, the Central Park. It's a walking distance. All right. All right. Take care.
Thank you,
Ray Lynn, what's going on today? Look, honestly, yesterday, I don't know if I'm not buffering. It can't be buffering, man. Talvish, what's going on, my friend? What's going on in Alabama? Yeah, Lynn, Ray, you know, honestly, I was not. Look, yesterday when I ended my shift, I kept telling my viewers that I was gonna stream tomorrow, right? Thinking it was gonna be Monday. I swear that's how I'm always confused with days, and I mean it's. And then as soon as I ended the live stream, that's when I realized tomorrow is be Sunday, not Monday. It's kind of crazy, but I came out, you know. I promised I was gonna stream. I'm gonna stream for about 3 hours sometimes, so probably like 1:30, and then I'm gonna bail out. Dave, Jeffrey, Niagara Falls. I'm sure you're probably from upstate New York. Dave, Jeffrey, welcome to the channel, my friend. I'm definitely thank you from upstate. Niagara Falls, I've been there once, and it was just quick, you know. I didn't get a chance to actually, you know, just see the whole thing there, but I think maybe Niagara Falls happens to be probably the humongous, the largest waterfall, I think, in the whole planet, I guess. Nah, it can't be. But it's really crazy there, man. Like in the winter time, everything freezes up. be like Wonderland. Yeah, I figured from upstate. Yeah, my friend, I'm always upstate, but I don't go really west. I go north. You know what I'm talking about? But I go to Binghamton. I've been to Jamestown once, Utica, New York, Buffalo, Schenectady, Troy, all these places, man. Upstate is beautiful, man. I'm telling you. People that come visit New York, they think this is New York, right? When they come visit New York City, they think this is New York, but it's not. Hey, my brother, Zach, what's up? Zach, my brother. That's my brother right there. My biological brother. Zach, how are you, my friend? How's my sister-in-law? How's my niece and my nephew? Yeah, man, I mean, look, it is what it is. People, they come in New York City because obviously it's like, you know, they say like the center of the universe, but I mean, there's a lot of nice places to visit around the world, you know? Yes. Let me turn here. Christopher Columbus. You know, guys, Christopher Columbus, he never actually found America, right? People that say Christopher Columbus found America. No, I don't think he did. He actually got lost. He wound up somewhere in Dominican Republic. It's true. You know, United States, it found itself. I'm telling you. Although Native Americans, they were here, right? And eventually the Dutch, they came. You know, New York, they used to call it New Amsterdam. That's what it was called. And eventually it became actually the nation's capital at one point. But now it's DC, right? District of Columbia. You know, the Columbus Circle statue, it's right there. Honestly, it's right at the corner. Actually, at one point, it's not the corner. It's right at this roundabout, right there on the left. I don't think you can see it. But the statue, it was debate about the statue. They want to remove it. I swear to God, man. That was during de Blasio, the mayor. It's not. That was before even de Blasio. You know, they were always wanted to get rid of the statue. But it's there. Yo, you see these pedicabs, man? The bicycles right there, the rickshaws. They make money, dude. I'm telling you, these guys, they make the tour. They do this tour of Central Park because a lot of, you know, New York gets a lot of tourists, you know. And obviously, if you come here, right, those bikes, right, the rickshaws, they charge like almost $100 per tour, you know, just to go like 35 minutes around Central Park. You see what I'm talking about? Because Central Park is huge, right? But they charge almost $100, right? I'm telling you, these guys, they pocket money at the end of the day. I know a guy, he makes like $500 a day just taking people around the park, you know? Not bad, right? And it's cash. As long as you have that bike, because those bikes, the rickshaws, are regulated by the city. You know, you can't just like get on that bike and start riding in the city. You have to get a license, a business license. Also, you need to get a license to actually ride that bike. It's true, honestly. It's good. It's good gig. See, like you see people going on the sidewalk right there north. They're all going to Central Park. Even the people that were in my vehicle, they were going to Central Park, right? So that's why when they left the car, I see that some of these bikers, right, the rickshaw riders, they all swarm around my car, waiting for my passenger to actually leave the vehicle so they can solicit them. But I said, look, man, be careful because you don't want to be overcharged, you know? Paolo, how you doing today, Paolo? How's everything going? Tavish, is 78 degrees. Not bad, man. I mean, I don't think it gets, I mean, not right now, it's 86 in New York. 86 degrees right now. Sunday morning, it's about 3 minutes to 10. Do you know they're gonna be closing all Times Square for vehicles? You see how they closed most of it right there? Like back then, in the old days, man, it was really nice. We used to go down this way to Broadway. You could turn here left, also you could down Broadway. But eventually they're gonna close all Broadway. From here, I think from the park, that's what I was told. But you can see clearly here, it's already been closed. But you could go that way to the right, but eventually they're gonna shut down everything. That means there will be no traffic going through Times Square. It was really gonna be hectic, you know. It's gonna be horrible. It's just gonna make it inconvenient for people to actually drive. You know, they have to reroute. You know, go to the next avenue where more traffic is gonna be gridlock. But I don't know, man. People that make these decisions in New York City, they're dumb. I swear to God, most of them. You know, they don't even drive. They don't know what it's like driving in the city. And they come up with these rules, bike lanes, all pedestrian walkways. You know, you can't go to that block. Let's close up that block. Even like now, because yesterday I worked, I know where those street fairs are, right? I know what those street fairs are, you know? So when those people got in my car, at one point I was going up 6. I said, look, we're not going up 6. I should have just like never told them anything, right? I could just drive. First of all, he gets in the car, he goes like, I see you stop. I didn't want to argue with him, you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes you tell people, yeah, you had the wrong address, right? But you know what they do? They take it out on you. You know, they leave the car and literally they want to freaking low rate you because you told them that they were at the wrong place, right? I mean, that's your problem. It's not mine. You requested the wrong place. I could see actually I was going to the right pickup location and this dude was like, oh, I see you stop. Well, obviously I stopped because that's the address that you basically requested initially. That's why I stopped there. It's crazy. Yeah, Tavish, it's a good question, my friend. The only thing why they're doing this is because literally they want to make people miserable. Because what they're trying to do is they're trying to deter. They're trying to deter, right? I'm saying it 3 times. They're trying to deter people from actually driving into New York. You know what I'm talking about? All these things that they do, basically closing streets, all that, you know, just to stop people from driving. But people, they're still gonna drive because we had this congestion pricing. It was gonna go into effect, you know, just June 30th. And all of a sudden, you know, the governor, her name's Kathy Hochul, right? She decided to shut down the whole congestion pricing indefinitely, you know, until they're trying to figure out, you know, like how they're gonna, because they're being sued by the tri-state, by you know, New Jersey, even they were sued by Staten Island, which has happened to be one of the borders of New York. You know what I'm talking about? Because this congestion pricing, it's been going on for about ages, like almost 12, 13 years since actually they wanted to implement this congestion pricing, right? And they keep saying, look, we're gonna do this. And at one point, that was during Bloomberg administration. I don't know if you know Bloomberg, was the mayor of New York City. He's the richest freaking, like he's actually the 10th richest man in America, you know? So when he was a mayor, he literally basically decided to he bought himself into the city hall. You know, he just decided to become a mayor. And that point, he implemented his congestion pricing so they could charge people, you know, to drive into New York, right? And then they turned him down. You know, they turned his proposal up in Albany, you know, the state capital. And then they never talked about it throughout the years. You know, we had 2 mayors. I think it was de Blasio came, stayed for about 8 years, I think. And then when the current mayor, actually, his name is Eric Adam, you know? Yeah, he's the one that basically him and the governor decided to start, you know, this congestion pricing, which basically they spent like almost about 500, I don't know how much money they spend on these cameras everywhere, you know, around the perimeter of the city. So, you know, when you enter the zone, the congestion zone, they will charge you, right? And then they stop everything. But eventually, they're gonna go back and revisit this congestion pricing soon. I know that. They're not gonna stop. Obviously, they're gonna figure out how to implement this congestion pricing. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. There's no doubt. Yeah, but once they close this part of Times Square, it will be only for pedestrian, basically. You know, from here all the way down. You know, like before we used to like come this way and turn left, go into Broadway, but they closed that part of Broadway also. I'm gonna go right in front of this dude. You see right here? You see to the left? See to the left right there, we used to drive right through there. To the left going down Broadway, right? But no, they don't, they're not, they actually turned that place into pedestrian walkways. Len, where you dipping? You going to sleep? I know you were working last night. Yeah, last night I came home late, man. I was so exhausted. At one point, Lynn was actually live streaming. I was like, I was chatting, whatever, and I was making so many mistakes, you know, just the fact that and you got this, yeah, and at one point, I just, you know, dozed off, you know. You know, I'm kind of surprised that my phone is not even buffering at this point. Yeah, look, honestly, during New Year's Eve, this place is crazy. You don't want to come here during New Year's Eve, honestly. You want to see the ball drop? Just stay home. I think you may be able to see the ball right there through the... Yeah, you can see it right there on top. See that billboard? I think you might be able to see it. Yeah, Times Square, man. Like during New Year's Eve, it's impossible. I mean, look, what they do is, the problem is when you come in here, once you go in, right? They search you. They want to make sure you're not carrying any alcohol or some other, whatever. Make sure that you're clean, and then once you're going into the perimeter of Times Square, then you cannot go back out. You see what I'm talking about? Because once you go back out, you won't be able to get back in. You see what I'm talking about? But and they know how many people are going into Times Square, because they can't let so many people in here. And once, like I said, you're here, you cannot use any of these public restrooms. You know what I'm talking about? Some people, they come here at 8 p.m., like 8, 7, even 5 p.m. and they sit here throughout the whole night until the ball drops, which really wastes of time, right? And they have these porta potties. That's the only thing that you're going to be able to use, because all these restaurants, there are about a few restaurants here, but there's the Hard Rock Cafe right there, Bubba Gum, and there's another one right there, just opened up recently. And there's a couple of restaurants here, but all of them are kind of fancy ones, but you won't be able to get in unless if you have like sort of a pass that you could go into some of these restaurants to actually use. I mean, obviously, it's inconvenient to be here during New Year's Eve. Honestly, I wouldn't want to be here. I only been here like when I was a teenager once. I don't want to come back here during New Year's Eve. You see, they got these Disney characters right there. Man, those people are very aggressive. You know what I'm talking about? Like, they approach you, want to take a picture with them. Yeah, we're picking up a passenger here on 8th. Man, all these avenues, there used to be like 5 lane of traffic, plus whatever the parking on the side. Like, we see this car's on the right, and now all the avenues are only 2-way traffic. Some of them, they become 1-way. I mean, it's just, if you want to ride a bike, man, you ride on your own risk. If anything happened to you, you know, whatever. You know, like if you know, the more avenues are wider and traffic could flow, it's easier than having like and during the week, right? And you got all these trucks parked on the left. You see what I'm saying? They deliver goods to businesses, and this place becomes like one-way traffic going up north. I mean, most of the avenues are like that, you know, because trucks, they have no place to stop. I don't get it, man. I mean, obviously, all the restaurants and some of these, you know, stores, they need to get their goods so they could do business. So far, I noticed that the phone so far has not buffered once since I actually started the stream, unless if I wasn't paying attention. Because it doesn't make no sense to stream. It really doesn't make no sense to stream, right? Live stream and your phone buffers all day, you know? I'll be annoyed as a viewer. As a viewer, I'll be annoyed. Yeah, this girl going to Queens. Hey, what's your name? What's your name? Your name, please? I need your name.
English.
Your name. Como se llama? Como se llama?
Karina.
Alright, that's what I need, yeah. That's the only word I know. Right, como te llama, right? That's what it says. She's laughing. Laughing at me, right? They got don't speak Spanish sometimes. Shit, this car. press that, the button on top, yeah, the button, press it, that one, yeah, and push. Yeah, this trip right just over the bridge, 5 minutes from the city. Tash, nice seeing you, Tash. Nice seeing you in here. Thanks for the support. Yeah, Tash, family first, you know. Oh, you do have a pool, right? Awesome. I heard it's like 118 degrees there, right? Yeah, you can live in Arizona or Vegas or somewhere like, you need to have a pool, right? Like dip in the pool. Yeah, it looks quiet morning here in New York. You know, I was gonna go ride my dirt bike this weekend, but man, I'm having problem with my my deliveries. I don't know why. It literally, you know, they deliver, but they attempt to deliver because I broke a part on my bike, and I do have parts. You know, I do carry parts, but the parts that actually broke, I didn't have it in stock, right? I didn't have it in my possession. You see what I'm talking about? I was like, damn. And I was thinking I was gonna get my parts like before Wednesday. And these freaking delivery people, man, they could care less, man. I mean, I understand what they go through, you know. I could be in their shoes, you know, having to deliver so many packages, you know, dealing with people, but the problem is, it's like I don't know. I lived in the building for almost 27 years. They always leave a tag, right? Or they do attempt to deliver first, second, third time, especially FedEx, UPS, usually USPS. Sometimes they mess around all the time. You know, they're supposed to actually. I live in the biggest post office in the lower 48. It's true, honestly. It's called the General Post Office. It's actually right on what do you call it? Right across the street from Madison Square Garden. Right across the street from Madison Square Garden. It's a big building. People, they don't even think that it's actually happened to be a post office. And normally USPS, you know, they come, if they can deliver, normally they leave a tag and you go to the post office and pick up your stuff. But literally, I could track my packages, and the one that weren't delivered, right? The one that I wasn't able to get them, at the end of the tracking, it says vacant. That's the first time I see anything in some of these tracking history, right? Like you go through the tracking history and it says vacant. And I look at the vacant in like USPS terminology, and it's like literally that the building is actually vacant. That means that either the building is under construction, or the Department of Building, they deemed that building's actually vacant. It's crazy. My building's been there freaking since the inception of this country. It's true, yeah. My building, I live in an old building. You know, when I tell people that I live in the city, they think, oh, I live in a luxury building. I live in a raggedy building, man, but it's actually, it's a pre-war building. You know, it was built after the World War II. Yeah, pre-World War II, right? Pre-World War II, right? And it's a nice building. When I moved there, I was only still a teenager, right? So the building, the person that actually built the building back then, he had no way of putting the building into the market, right? Because in order for him to do that and get like sort of a certificate of occupancy, so he needs to actually do major rehabilitation to the building. That means he was supposed to do like gut rehab, you know, in order for him to actually be able to put the building into the market. And when I moved there back then, the building was almost brand new. You know, the guy did like sloppy work, you know what I'm talking about, just for him to be able to get that I hope I'm not buffering, man. Yeah, just in order for him to get that certificate of occupancy, so he could actually rent the building. When I moved in, everything was new. I mean, you could see the building from outside. It's an old building, right? It's a brick. But if you go inside, the building looks like, modern building. You know, it's been renovated, but the way that he renovated the building, it's just throughout the year, it deteriorated. You know, everything would start falling apart and stuff like that. I mean, literally, like in my place, it's like a tiny little place. Man, I've become claustrophobic in my place, man. I'm telling you the truth. Sometimes I'll be sitting there, right? That's why I usually go to work, you know? And I feel like freaking walls are closing in on me. I feel like a freaking wall is closing in on me, man. Tosh, I'm not lying to you. I think that at the end of this year maybe it will be 27. No, it's kind of crazy. I don't know why people, they keep moving from place to place. You know, stick in one place, you know, whatever. And then if anything comes along, you know, honestly, next thing, if I'm gonna be moving out of New York, I'm more likely, because I cannot, you know, when I leave New York, I'm usually homesick, you know. But it would be nice to live upstate New York, like somewhere close to Westchester, you know, where like I could just, you know, load my bike up and hit north quick, fast. Yeah, I'm my landlord. I feel bad for him, man. He's always been good to me, right? Except, you know, because my rent, you know, you don't find this type of rent in the city anymore. It's called a rent stabilized. You see what I'm talking about? Because most of the building are decontrolled. That means the landlord will charge you whatever they want, whatever they want. You know what I'm talking about? And the rent is skyrocketed, man, recently in the city. That's why people, they move to these places right here in Queens. You see this building right here? And they almost charge you the same amount of money as they charge you in the city. But this building, you can see the city right there. You know, that's a Chrysler building on the left. People, they confuse it with the Empire State Building because it looks the same. It's right there, right in the middle, right there. You see it on the left of your screen? It's kind of hazy a little bit. You won't be able to see the rest of, you know, the city on the other side. Man, Grace, I know Grace. All right, your name ain't Grace. Let's see. I don't think his name is Grace. Yeah, I don't, man. What's your name? Grace, no problem. I got you. Grace, yeah. I would not be surprised. Grace is one of the HR at the Revel in my company. Oh no, it's alright. So what's that? Are you guys good?
Okay.
Oh, no problem.
대단하다 우리 공주기. 언니, 나 심장 이거 자꾸 볶아진다 얘. 35분에서. 뭘 어떡하니 건뚜가 애가 물 달라는 거물 주면 되지. 진짜 재밌다 그치? 아 내가 다 헹궈가지고 기름도 좀 기찻길 맞아 기찻길 오늘 구름이 많네 해가 구름에 숨었다가 깍꿍했다가 숨었다가 깍꿍했다가 그러네 바이바이 바이바이 해나 교회 갔다 올게 잘 있어 해는 항상 저기 있대 저기 있대 해가 없어졌죠? 저기 피난다 저기 오늘 신목사님 오셨냐? 아니야? 아니네 어떻게 알아? 아니야 아니야 아니요 신발이 또 벗겨졌어 갑자기 오른발이 작은가? 오른발만 벗겨지네 자리야 엄마 넣어줄게
The truck stole here. What a dummy, this guy. He sees the truck, right?
Yeah.
But he keep dodging into me. I don't believe him, man. See, people, they don't see ahead of them. They just leave in front of the car. Yeah, I know, man. Trust me. I don't know why this semi end up here.
Just right there.
Oh, I think he stole. I think he broke.
Dump truck. Trailer.
짐 무지 많이 실은 트레일러 트럭. 덤프 트럭은 지붕이 없어. 너무 높아. 덤프 트럭. 이 덤프 트럭은 틸트 할 수 있게 스틱이 있어. 근데 this is a trailer truck. 트레일러 트럭. 아침 영웅이 자면 안 와.
자면 더 오기 쉬운 거 아니야?
아, 저번에거든. 갑자기 잠들어서 안 갔다. 너 친구 뚜껑뚜기 위에 봐라. 너 친구들. 근데 곰뚜기 여기 best friend. 곰뚜가 친구 만나러 가는 거 아니고 하나님 만나러 가는
너는 엄마 옛날에 엄마 옛날에 페이스북 깔아놓고 뒤에
거. 아, 자전거? 스트로크?
붕어
나. 너 체니 너 보고 하이킹에 퍼펙트한 몸이라. 로즈는 뭐고
He's going to learn French.
no
I think you should teach him French, man.
maybe
I'll let you.
yeah that's good yeah
Just be careful, can
yeah
you?
sure we'll get a
Well, you take care.
thank you
You're welcome.
let's go
I can teach you French.
safe driving
Take care. Brenda, welcome to the channel, welcome to the stream. I appreciate you. I know you were here day before yesterday, I think, right? Yeah, Brenda, I think you live in the wilderness, I think, right? I know, no, it was someone yesterday said that they're from upstate New York. Right, you're not from upstate, right? Man, I really wanted to shoot a buck someday. like a trophy, you know what I'm talking about? Like huge buck, like 18 pointer. That would be nice. Get a tag, get a bunch of tags, and go shoot like freaking deers in the doe. Man, some people that own land, they really breed those deers, right? You don't find them around. Like some of the deers are really healthy. I don't eat meat. Trust me, I don't eat meat. But if someone is carnivore, that eat meat, you want to eat meat like fresh, you know, something that you could actually kill yourself, right? Like hunt, live off land. You know what I'm talking about? Beautiful niece. How are you today? How's your mom? Yeah, I need to turn here. Oh, this bus driver is gonna get pissed at me. She's a no, that's not a female. I'm trying to figure out this address. I just don't want to get into traffic. Oh, you're from Canada. Nice. Oh, definitely, yes. I mean, look, it's a wilderness. It's a beautiful place. It can be really sometimes scary, but It's nothing like living in places like that. Honestly, I do like places like that's why I usually kind of go upstate New York during the weekend. This weekend I couldn't go. Yeah, you don't want to get caught by fish and games, right? Trying to actually shoot a deer. You're definitely gonna go to jail. Yeah, I can see some of the deer sometimes, some of the does. Like when I go up, like Jersey, just right here, like right on the other side of George Washington, they always run right through. I've seen like sometimes I drop people off like in the woods, in Pennsylvania, things like that. Jersey, I've seen like bears. I swear to God, I've seen bears. Like you want to see bear, you probably want to go like Alaska to see like some of the grizzlies, right? But they're right there in the bushes. That's why Jersey, they got so many of these bears. Sometimes they have a hunting season. I don't think last year they gave out some tags in Jersey. I don't know, because usually every year, I think they give you a few tags. You could hit, you could shoot some of these bears, but. Yeah, Brenda, you're right by the borders of New York, right? Pretty much, right? I mean, I just kind of summarized the whole thing, but well, the phone is not buffering today, Sunday. I mean, this is the first time I actually did stream on Sundays. Let me tell you something. Look, these phone carriers, they throttle people everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like now in the weekend, it seems like it's everything fine. I'm not sure what the problem during the week. I think too many people during the week. I think too many people. Sometimes you're driving with the GPS, right? And it shows you a street where there's like you're on your way following the GPS, right? And it shows you a street that is really congested, right? In red. Normally you go to that street and there's no traffic. Only thing is there's people, that actually so many people on that street with their phone and their location on. It's the truth. Google, everything is about location. Our phone have locations, man. You turn your location from your phone, you can't do anything. You probably could maybe make a phone call, whatever, but you cannot use none of your apps. If you have an Android, go to your setting, turn off your location and see what happens. Same thing with iPhones. iPhones, go to your privacy, go to your setting, go to your privacy, and you can see you turn off that thing and you clearly cannot use your phone. Yeah, Brenda, I figure, yeah. Like, I for some reason, like the northern eastern part of the country, because I've been everywhere. Vermont, Connecticut, New Hampshire, Rhode Island. Yeah, Rhode Island is the smallest state in the country. Maine. I've been all over these places because we go scour for a dirt bike tracks like upstate New York. But I know some my friends upstate New York, they do have their own backyards. They even have orchards. It's really nice. Sometimes during the fall, I go pick up a lot of apples, man, for free. what I'm gonna do with the apples, you know, because normally if you want to pick apples, you know, they only charge you like $5. You could pick as much as you want. You're not gonna, you know, bring a truck with you, right? They allowed you to pick up a certain amount of apples, but yeah, Brenda, it's beautiful. I can't imagine. Are you actually originally Canadian? Man, I think I have too many people, man. Damn, fucking I hate this, bro. Now I gotta move my shit. So many, 4 of them, right? Let's go. Let's go, let's go.
Hello.
Hey. You guys good today?
Yeah, how are you?
How you doing today?
Good. How are you?
What was the name of the account?
Surrender?
Alright, no problem. I think one of the doors. It's probably on the left hand. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, be careful holding this card there.
Hold on, surrender. Hold on.
I'll let you know when to close. You sure you don't have no dress to put up on the door, right?
Okay, try surrender. Okay.
Yeah.
మళ్ళీ మనం రెంట్ తీసుకుని ఫోన్ స్కాన్ చేయాలి అవసరం మనకి ఫోన్లో బుక్ ఫోన్లో బుక్ చేసుకుంటాను బుక్ చేసుకుని కోడ్ తీసుకుని ఇక్కడ స్కాన్ చేస్తే తాను వచ్చేస్తుంది తీసుకెళ్ళిపోతుంది ఫేస్
Yes.
All right, no problem.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Just be careful, guys, going out the other.
Okay.
There's one bite,
Yep.
and after that, you're clear.
Have a good day, sir.
You take care, you too, thanks. Hey, Jesse Starkman. How you doing, my friend? Jesse Starkman, are you from Germany? I guess so. I just guessed, my friend. I'm sure probably you're from Germany. Probably from like Western, like Eastern Europe or something. Because he got that Uber U with like 2 point from the, like 2 period from the top. Starkman. I want to buy me this electric bike. It's called Stark Vark. It's really nice bike, man. It costs a lot of money, $12,000. Electric motocross bike. Look, man, those people are Indians, right? And they go into this, one of my favorite restaurants right there at the corner. It's a vegetarian restaurant, right? It's really cool. I bought some food from them before. Yeah, man. You know, some of these Indian kids, they're very smart. I'll tell you the truth. You know who actually been winning the spelling bee, national spelling bee in the U.S. for the past 5 consecutive years? Indians. I swear, Indian kids. You know, I don't know how they nailed those some of the words, you know, they spell. It's very kind of sort of point where you get intimidated. But some of them are really cool. There's a kid here in New York, right? The youngest kid that graduated from high school. He's about 12 years old. This guy is always taking his I think he's going to yeah, he's taking his PhD, I think, or something like that. I mean, obviously he still needs to go to grad school. Obviously, I mean, it has no other alternative. But this kid is very smart, man. Yeah, he still needs to go through his master, you know, before he jumps to his PhD. Because he could break down some of the numbers, man. This guy is a genius when it comes to like math and physics. I mean, look, unbelievable. You can add, subtract, freaking does everything just from right out of his brain. Yeah, Tash, the rival is the blue Teslas. Yeah. Look, I have big announcement for some of the people that drive in New York. You know, because we Uber, Lyft drivers, we're getting locked out of our apps. That means that they tell you you can't work and when to work, when not to work, which is very ridiculous. You know, we're independent contractors. We work for Uber, Lyft. You cannot tell us when to work, when not to work. And you know, honestly, in the past, you know, I'm just addressing some of the people, like if they do ride share and they happen to be some of my viewers, you know, because some people, they bitch all day, especially drivers around the country. I mean, New York here, we get paid a little bit more than any other market in the lower 48, honestly. I hope I'm not buffering. Okay, I'm not buffering. But some of the drivers here, I'm gonna tell you, man, they're very to a point where I'm not gonna degrade my fellow drivers here, but most of them are illiterate. I swear to God. You know, because now people have expenses. They've just bought new cars recently. You know, the city of New York was giving out these licenses. It's sort of like almost a predatory lending. You know, that actually what they did, they give out this plate to people. They go buy electric vehicles and they cannot work now because Uber and Lyft, they lock us out when there's less demand. You know, it's crazy because New York City here has some of this, you know, like formula that I'm not sure what it is. I really want to know so I could solve that X for me, so I could be able to see what is the percentage. How you guys calculate this percentage based on high demand and low demand? You see what I'm talking about? You can't tell me, you know, if it's slow, it's slow. That means people are not requesting the car. But you cannot tell me that you guys have an equation, that you guys, you know, come up with some imaginary numbers that, okay, you know, well, now you cannot work. You know, I want to know what that equation, you know what I'm talking about? So drivers here, literally, they're getting locked out. They cannot drive. And they cannot address their voice, you know, go out, you know, stop working, you know, protest. You see what I'm talking about? I've been so many of these protests before, you know, honestly, I'm renting right now and I kind of wanted to vent a little bit, you know, but that's okay. You guys, you don't need to hear what I'm saying. I just kind of sort of like, if somebody within my viewers right now, and they happen to be New York drivers. You know, you guys are just basically you're getting stiffed by these apps. You know what I'm talking about? I mean, me included. You know, honestly, I've been uploading videos. I upload videos in my channel before about rideshare, and I do go to this protest. I go to these strikes, and I cannot, you know, honestly, and they're only about a few people, and we have like 86,000 drivers in New York City. I'm saying there'll be like 86 of these licenses in the city, that because we have you know, volume of the drivers here in New York, you know. And when I go to these protests and strikes against these rideshare apps because of some of the things they do to us, right? So, and I can see there's only few people there, few drivers, you know, few drivers, 260 drivers out of 86,000 drivers, that they dare to actually fight for others, but the other ones don't care. They just go drive. They always take advantage of people that go on a strike and they go out and work. I predicted this, and I uploaded videos before, but for some reason I used to upload videos, I don't get no comment, I don't get no feedback, nothing. You see what I'm talking about? But that's why I stopped, you know, even actually talking about rideshare. You know, it doesn't make no sense. It's a waste of time. And I know the only thing I said this because I wanted to say, I have an announcement for some of the drivers in New York City that own electric vehicles, because Tash, you said something about the blue Teslas. Yeah, these are blue Teslas. These are the new rideshare app that launched 3 years ago, and I was with them day one. I mean, even before they even launched this rideshare app, you know, I was advocating for the app. Even at one point, I attended a hearing, you know, like virtual hearing with the city of New York, you know, to tell the city that I really want to work for this app. Because what happened, the city of New York and the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission that govern everything here when it comes to rideshare, taxis, you know, paramedics, you know, things like that. Some of these buses they have along the in Queens, also they govern some of these transportation within the city. Obviously, I just wanted to let you know, guys. And at one point, you know, the city of New York went against the Revel because they don't want them to operate, because they think they're gonna have more cars on the street, and some of these Revel cars, they're gonna contribute into the traffic congestion, which is really not true, because obviously that's what the city and everyone, the environmental people, they're advocating for electric vehicles because it's the green, you know, everything is clean, right? But at one point the city went against the Revel, and at one point even I attended one of the virtual hearing, you know, just to tell the city of New York that I want this app to exist, you know, because, but now I see that Revel is flip-flopping. They're going back to one of the, you know, because initially they were hiring drivers as employees, and now they want to revert drivers into independent contractor, which is not right, because they really did not keep their promises. And the only reason I wanted to get on board with them because of the health benefit and employment benefit they offer, because as an employee, because we, the independent contractor for Uber and Lyft, we dish out everything out of pocket. And some of the drivers that actually here, they could listen to me, they could attest to that. You know what I'm talking about? So, you know, Revel now, they're going back to, instead of employees, they're going to, and they're trying to they're not trying, they're actually reverting drivers. They're reverting, yeah, they actually wanted to switch drivers into independent contractors. And really, it's nice for me. I mean, as an independent contractor, I'm gonna be making twice as the amount of money versus me being an employee currently right now with this Revel, which is I'm only getting paid $18 an hour, plus some of the bonuses, and sometimes depends, you know, there's like hourly premium when they add some few, you know, a couple of dollars into your hourly premium, things like that. But as an independent contractor, I'm definitely gonna be making twice as the amount of money. You know what I'm talking about? So, I mean, some of the guys, you don't have to hear this, but my announcement here is that anyone in the chat and they have electric vehicles, is that the Revel, they're gonna start hiring drivers with their own EVs. Like if you have your own EVs, which is really cool, because Revel does not really lock the drivers, but doesn't mean that is because it's not lacking drivers now, it won't happen in the future. You know what I'm talking about? It doesn't mean that it's not going to happen in the future. It will happen if Revel keeps hiring drivers with their own cars. I mean, they do have lots of demand and less supply, you know, and that's why at this point, by next year, January next year, 2025, they're gonna start actually hiring their, you know, their own, they're hiring drivers with their own vehicles. Yeah, so guys, if you do have an electric vehicle and you don't want to be locked out by next year, hopefully, you know, you could get on board with them. You see what I'm talking about? And then you could work and anything that basically, because it's almost like it's gonna be like sort of a commission where they charge you commission, and they show you the upfront pricing of the trips. Yeah, they show you upfront pricing for the trips. They show you the pickup location and the drop-off location also. So you'd be working as an independent contractor. That means if you do have an electric vehicle, just make some plan already, you know, so you could be able to get on board with them, right? Because at one point they might stop hiring drivers if there's too many drivers trying to get on board with Revel at one point in 2025. So it's just one of the things I already know about this from the HR. Yeah, it really pisses me off. You know, some of the drivers, they think it's a joke. Let's go. You're walking. Yeah, Tash, beat getting locked out. It's true. It's true. Tash, you probably been here. You're probably picking up on what we saying here. You know, especially with, you know, I know Lynn sometimes you can see clearly that he drives and all of a sudden he gets locked out. I mean, this happened before the pre-pandemic. This is not something new. Yeah, I'm picking up passenger. Hi, how are you today? What's your name?
Haley.
Oh, no problem. Let's do some U-turn. Doesn't necessarily. going to Monahan Station, right? Are you going to the Jersey Transit?
Jersey Transit Penn. Thanks.
me take it to the entrance.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Wherever's easier for you.
Yeah, I just.
It's
gonna-
crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's always crazy.
Trust me, I know. I live right there in that block.
Yeah.
I do live in that block. I swear to God, I'm not lying to you.
It's
I live on 30th Street.
just chaos. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, cathedrals are everywhere, but the biggest one of them is St. Patrick Cathedral. You know, St. Patrick Cathedral, I've been inside of it like a couple times. Unbelievable from inside. Beautiful. Yeah, Brenda, I know you said something about... Oh, shit. I know the phone stopped buffering a little bit. Yeah, it said something about your hobby was actually used to ride. I think he got a nice bike. The 900 Kawasaki. Is it the KZ 900? Because what year is that bike? I'm sure that bike. It's not. Look, it worth more money because the classic bikes that from the 80s, 90s. To early 2000, they're worth more money now. So I'm assuming it's 900 KZ or that's a big bike. Damn, 118 in Phoenix. Yeah, I'm just gonna, you know, trying to keep up with some of these you guys' comments here. Yeah, and these guys here, the thing, you know, about the drivers, all they gotta do, you know, you keep talking about me being locked out and doing nothing about it. It does not solve anything. It does not solve anything. You know, you gotta act, address your concern. You know, all they gotta do, stick it up to these rideshare apps. All you gotta do, just stop working. Just stop your car, turn off your keys. And this is summertime. It's slow. All you gotta do, turn off all your cars and say, okay, I'm going on vacation. Like you're taking paid time off. You see what I'm talking about? Shut down all the app. Nobody on the street. And you see what happened to Uber and Lyft. Uber will go out of business in 3 days in New York. But Lyft will go out of business. Uber, they might survive because they obviously, you know, they have they operate in 60 countries around the world. And although they have problems everywhere, you know, they're fighting governments, they're fighting cities, states, you know, to keep drivers, independent contractors, right? So all you gotta do, just stop working. Nobody's gonna retaliate. Why would Uber retaliate if we stop working for 3 days or even a week, right? You know, go on vacation, take your family, stay away from the whole thing, and you see what happened. They will come bagging, you know, to pay more and then lock and unlock the drivers. You know, I honestly, I know this is what's gonna happen eventually, because pre-pandemic, 2019, you know, like at the end of 2019, that's when Uber decided to start lock the drivers out, right? Lyft was doing it also. Lyft, it's gonna start eventually locking out the drivers too. You get my point? So at that point, I was driving too, and they started locking out the drivers. But then, quick, 2020, in the beginning of 2020, March, you know, we got hit with COVID. So at that point, drivers, all of them bail out. You know, nobody wants to drive. I wish that the drivers would do the same thing like they did during COVID. And I worked every single day. I'm not gonna exaggerate, but I worked during COVID. I did not let off, you know, except for taking days off, whatever. You know, if some people actually in the chat, you know, and they're drivers, they could attest to that. You see what I'm talking about? I was driving, but most people decided to quit. And I wish people would do the same thing. They would consider that this is COVID phase 2, right? And stop working. You see what I'm talking about? It's nothing. It's not going to kill you. It's not going to kill you. It's nothing going. That's why, you know, at one point, you know, when at the end of COVID, right? I was definitely sure 100%. And I uploaded a video and I was telling people, you know what? Uber, eventually they're gonna start locking out the drivers. But someone left a comment on my video one time and it was like, most of my videos about rideshare are private right now. You see what I'm talking about? But he says something about, oh, you know what you're talking about. It will be no lockout. Well, yeah, man, this is the lockout. And hopefully you're still driving today. So I mean, it is what it is. I mean, this, you cannot change stupid, you know? Although we all, you know, we're not perfect. We all have our flaws, you know what I'm talking about? But some people are crazy, man. But Uber, mostly they're taking advantage of some of the drivers now, you know, with they paying them, you know, less in other part of the country. You know, and some people could drive for like nothing, you know? Yeah, and clearly, like now, the only time you could work, I'm going to my Uber app, and I could tell you when they allow drivers to work. Open access times, right? Monday, Thursday. They only want you to work in the morning. They only want you to work in the morning, right? I'm gonna tell you the timing that they have here. It's really crazy. Yeah, they only want you to work Monday, Thursday, from Monday to Thursday from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. That's only 2 hours. And then they will lock you out and you cannot work until 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Friday, because it's busy, they allowed you to work 3 hours also until like 10 p.m. from 10 p.m. to midnight. And then on Sunday, like today, you could work from 5 p.m. to midnight. And then they shut you down, but it all depends on the demand. That's why what I was saying in my video, that I wish I could know that it's called utilization rate, right? And it's a number, it's a percentage that I don't know how they calculate that percentage. I really want to know the formula myself. No, but they don't want to tell us. Hey, one guy's locked out, sitting there with EV. Zoom. So, after the pandemic, at that point, like the end of the pandemic, you know, at one point when I uploaded the video, and I was thinking, you know, I was like, look, man, I gotta do something, make sure that I add some more rideshare apps, you know, to my menu, you know what I'm talking about? Because I work for 5 different apps, you know, now. I mean, there's Uber, Lyft, Empower, Driver Co-op, Mile, and Curb. Also, I work for them. So all these people, they provide us with rides, and there's no lockout. You see what I'm talking about? But I diversify with these apps, you know. So when I'm locked out, I'm always on the move. I'm sorry about my viewers. You don't want to hear this stuff that I'm talking about, but I'm just kind of throwing this through my live stream. It's something that you guys might want to know. Washington Square Park, New York University, There's a campus here on the left. Yeah, Brenda, if you're still here, does your hobby used to race super bikes? You know, I have, you know, honestly, I've never really owned this, street. I do have street bike, but it's a cruiser. You know what I'm saying? It's not like super bike. I've owned super bike before. Like one of them was the CBR 600, it's a beautiful bike. At one point, because I don't ride street that much, only off-road. But yeah, and you mentioned about 900, right? The Kawi, right? That bike, it's gotta be a cool bike. Oh yeah, he does have the 900, right? Yeah, I just feel bad for the people that bought like electric vehicles recently. You know, some bunch of people that they were duped to buy these electric vehicles. Because city at one point just came out of nowhere. You know what I'm talking about? Without the consent of city council, without anything. You know, so they went out to start giving out plates to people. And at one point, I uploaded a video and I suggested to people not to fall for this. You see what I'm talking about? But most of the drivers are desperate for plates, you know, to have a plate, you know, so they could have their car on their own. But if you buy an electric vehicle and you lease it and you pay an insurance, because insurance on electric vehicles, look, I'm not gonna lie to you. If someone thinks I'm lying, go ahead, leave comment below, right? The insurance on electric vehicles, there's $7,000 per year, right? They're between like around 5,000 to 7,000. It depends on your driving record and how long you've been driving, right? Me, I've had my car since the inception of Uber here in the city, right? My insurance policy on my internal combustion vehicle, it's about $3,400. That's what I pay because honestly, throughout the beginning when I started driving rideshare, I always stayed out of trouble. You know what I'm saying? I've had no incident. There was no accident. For God's sake, I'll keep my finger crossed. I want to be talking about you know, accidents. There were no points. I've had a few tickets, but I dismissed them. But if anything happened, you get to crash or you get points on your license, insurance, they raise you about 10%. You see what I'm talking about? So my insurance on my internal combustion vehicle, it's only $3,400. But some of the people that bought cars, EVs recently, that were duped to buy these cars, they're paying up to $7,000. And insurance companies, they don't want to insure these rideshare drivers because it's too much liability. You see what I'm talking about? Because you're carrying people in the car, you get my point, and you're driving for rideshare. They don't want to insure, and they don't even want to insure electric vehicles in general, because if anything happens to the electric vehicle, it's total. You know what I'm saying? Then the insurance companies, they have to pay for it. You know, versus like ICE vehicle, that's what they say. ICE stands for internal combustion vehicle. You know, cars like regular cars like this, you know, I mean, it's not a big deal. But once these electric cars, they get into a crash, it's total. They deemed them total.
What's your name?
What's your name, sir?
Steve.
Steven, I got you.
Muhammad?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing today?
Good. How are you?
All right.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good. I've never sat in the back of one of these before.
Is your first time?
A Model Y?
Yeah.
I just bought one. I've just never sat in the back.
Oh, no way.
I had a 3, and first quarter, end of the quarter, I bought a Model Y.
Oh, you traded up for Model Y?
Yeah. Which, I didn't know if I wanted to do that.
Yeah, I should have stayed with 3.
I like the 3. The 3 drives a lot better.
And that's what I meant. Yeah, I know it's comfortable.
But it was 5.5 years old, and I had full self-driving, and they had all these incentives going. Gosh,
You mean you have full self-driving? You were paying for it? You don't have full self-driving. You just have like sort of
no, I have full self-driving. I paid for it.
initially when you bought the car.
I paid for it a little bit later. I got what they call enhanced autopilot, and then later on for $2,000, I upgraded it to the full self-driving.
Yeah, but full self FSD, right? That's what it's called, right?
Yeah.
It's still in beta mode, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've had it for 2 or 3 years, but
Do you drive with self-driving, full self-driving? Do you drive with
oh yeah, I
with
try it all the
software?
time.
Yeah, it's very scary, you know.
Oh yeah.
I would
It's getting a
wanna-
lot better though.
I know. I would want. It's a suicide, man. I'm telling you because obviously you're dealing with a human being outside. I know the cars. They might.
Well, they'll try to kill you. They
The-
used to like veer off the road intentionally. You know?
I mean,
just
that-
boom, it would just turn and it would just try to drive off the road. It was horrible. But they're a lot better now.
Yeah, but I would want to trust it honestly. I know these don't have full self-driving software. They don't. Yeah, because
No, do you use the autopilot?
I won't bother even with the autopilot. No.
You just like manual?
Because that's pretty much it's autopilot, you know. Yeah, no, I drive it like it's not nothing like human being, you know, driving a vehicle. Because one thing that I don't like about these cars is self-driving.
I'm really surprised you must have different software than me. Can you change your gears and stuff from there?
Yeah. I mean, they
Through the
update
screen?
software every once in a while through the screen. Yes.
Oh.
When I stop, I
I haven't seen that on mine. That must have an update. You're in chill mode too. Do they force you to be in chill mode?
Yeah, they limit this car to 70 miles per hour. They don't want to drive us as fast, you know. 'Cause
Right.
some of the guys got into trouble with these cars.
I'm sure.
Yeah, what they did is they limit them at 70 miles.
They lock them into chill mode.
Yeah, chill mode.
This is obviously not your car, right?
Yeah, it's a company car. Yeah, they offer us the cars, and yeah, because I do have my own vehicle on Uber and Lyft, but I do work with them a couple of days a week.
Do you prefer to drive this or?
Man, it's pretty much the same concept. It's just these people at one point they were offering employment benefit, and then they switch. Now they don't want us to be employees. They want us to switch to independent contractors. Which is like, it doesn't make no sense. This was initially the promise, you know, to hire drivers, offer them the car, because we drive for Uber, Lyft, everything's out of pocket, and there's no health benefit, you know. You're paying for gas, expenses to wear on your car.
Yeah.
Here, at least, you know, I mean, I know minimum wage doesn't pay bills, but at least you could tap into the employment benefit.
Mm-hmm.
but now they no longer want us to be in.
Do they still give you just minimum wage?
Well, it's minimum wage. As an employee, this is what you get. It's minimum wage. Me versus driving my own vehicle on Lyft and Uber, I could pretty much maximize my earning, but Uber Lyft, they've been playing games with drivers. Now they lock us out. They don't want us to drive when it's slow.
When it's slow?
Yeah, Uber, they
Well, because they don't want the prices to go down?
it's not. It has nothing to do with the price. You know, they don't want to be paying drivers while they're just circling around, and also that some of the cars are contributing to the congestion in the city. So that's why they lock us out when there's less demand.
Which you could drive for Robo then?
Yeah, that's why I diversify. You know, there's some other apps in the city also they're competing with Uber. I'm on like 5 different apps.
I wonder what year this car is.
It's new. It hasn't been. I've been with this company since day one. This car, one of them, I know from the license plate, this is one of the oldest car, and it has pretty much.
Yeah, looking at your
It's got
steering
almost
wheel, it's
80,000
well
miles.
used.
Yeah, it's well used. Yeah, it's 80,000. I know from the beginning because Revel only had 50 cars in the beginning when they started. They had only 25, and then they kept adding. No, they only have 450 cars, which is not enough. But, you know, they have more demand than
Do they?
supply. Yeah, I mean, people, they request cars. Obviously, if it's a couple dollars less than requesting an Uber, they're probably more likely to request a Revel, right?
I would.
Yeah, you did right now.
I did.
Especially if it's first ride, you probably get 40%.
Well, they say 70%, big whoop, you know, by the time I did it, it's set up to 70%, $12 max. So, you know, it went from 87 to 75. It's like, that's...
Oh, they charge you $75 for this trip?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's what Uber does. They charge 70. See, I do like to ask people how much they would charge for these trips. Like, for instance, they're charging 75, right?
Do you only get just straight
And it only is
hourly?
gonna take me. It's gonna. Well, it depends because there's a lot of traffic going into the tunnel.
But you're hourly, right? You said?
Yeah, hourly wage, right? They
So-
charge you 70. I'm going.
It'll
to-
take like 25 minutes to get there. They make $75. You
Exactly.
can get 2 of those. That's $150, and they're going to give you 15 or whatever.
Yeah, $18. That's what I got. I get 23 because I'm finding driver, so I get more per hour than some of the drivers.
It's just...
But it is what it is. It's a rip off. You know, Uber Lyft. That's what they've been doing recently. They're ripping us off. You know, I could ask you easily how much you charge for the trip because Uber would have charged you maybe a little over $100 to go to.
I did all 3 of them. Uber, Lyft, and...
Yeah, but like let's see if I ask you to say, okay, you charge Steven $100 to go to Newark, right? And if I call them and trying to confront them and say, okay, you guys trust Steven, which I cannot do because if you do this, then you call Uber Lyft and say, okay, you charge Steven $100. How come you guys only giving me 25% of that trip? And they go like, okay, you know, you're breaching term of contract, and they deactivate your account permanently.
Yeah.
And there's no such thing in the term of service that says that I'm not supposed to ask you how much you would charge for this trip.
Yeah, I've talked to Uber drivers in Minnesota, where we're from.
Oh, if in Minneapolis,
Yeah.
see that Minneapolis drivers that ordinance at one point, him and
Tim
Frey,
Ferrer.
Tim, yeah, Frey, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they went back and forth. Uber, what they do is they pay lobbyists. That's what they do. That's just a game. Going back and forth, not wanting to pay the drivers, and all of a sudden, when some other competition came into Minneapolis, they decided to pay the drivers $1.30 per mile. You see what I'm talking about?
They
But
came up with some sort of a compromise.
there's no compromise there. All I know is they actually...
But the drivers don't want them to pull out either, right? That's what
It's not the drivers. They've been duped. The drivers actually, they got screwed, because anything next time they want to add, if they want to ask for more raise, they're not gonna get it. Like same thing with Uber. See, the only people that get paid now per mile per minute is Minneapolis, which is, I don't get it. This ordinance already passed. I don't know why they're not paying drivers right, and they want to wait until the beginning of 2025 to start paying them that you know, whatever the Uber they settled with. You know, they're getting paid. So we're the only in the state that we get paid per mile per minute. New York, Minneapolis, eventually at the end of 2025, and Washington State. But the rest of the country, they're getting screwed. You know, some of the people, they gotta travel like 20 minutes to pick someone up and go another 45 minutes, and they only getting paid like $7 for those trips. You know, honestly, it's the truth, because I know the whole forum about this ride share.
The guy that I was talking to said you used to be able to make a good living driving for
Look, if you're street smart and you know how to conduct business in the city, you can make money. But when they lock you out, there's no way. When they say, look, you cannot drive. They have this stupid called utilization rate, and I don't know what the formula is. I want to know so I can know exactly when and how. And it's obviously, if it's slow, it's slow. If it's busy, it's busy. But they have a certain percentage.
Is it slow right now?
Sunday, obviously, it's kind of slow a little bit. People are home and maybe on the way back.
Probably going to the airport.
Well, yeah, like for instance, people that come visit, yeah, they're definitely going to the airport.
I like how they put the stickers on the doors. Press to open door.
That's what it says, because people confused. They get in the car,
People have
that
no
thing get
idea.
flashed onto the body. They don't know. They keep medicine. But obviously, if you take the car once, it become, you know, really, you become familiar with it.
Yeah. No, I like.
Yeah, you see, it changes to park, drive,
Oh, yeah, but can you do that
Reverse?
from the screen?
from the screen.
Yeah. No.
I don't think so.
Okay. Because you know the newer Model 3s have no stocks like that. So you have
No stock right here.
no stocks.
You do it from the screen.
Well, I guess is what what you want to do.
That's extra work, man. Enough we distracted with a lot of devices that you have to deal with this
I know.
interface.
But yeah, you can also use the screen to.
I really the thing I hate about these cars, they don't drive like regular internal combustion vehicles. I mean, I know you guys.
Isn't that good though?
Look, they're very weird. They steer. I mean, obviously, I turn off all these things, especially with the phantom braking. That's worst. I mean, I usually turn it off and then turn back on by default. You know,
Yeah.
that's dangerous, man. I don't know if it happened to you where your car stopped before it did.
I've been dealing with phantom braking for 2.5 years.
Did it
You'll
happen
be
to
driving
you?
down the highway and all of a sudden, boom! It'll throw the brakes on. There's a car right behind you.
That's so
Man,
dangerous.
it is dangerous. I'm telling you, it is dangerous. You know,
That's
it is.
terrible.
This.
Why does it do that?
Because that's what the transportation and its NTSB. Well, NTSB, they're fighting these car manufacturers to stop using this phantom braking, and they're adamant
Well,
about it. They want to
they don't want to have phantom braking.
They don't want to have. Yeah, they don't
They've been
want
trying to get rid of it for years.
for years, but they still. I mean, unless if it goes into litigation.
I haven't seen it lately. I think phantom braking is hopefully in the rearview mirror now.
But it's there, you know. Like every time, I'm always my eye on
It saved
that
me
thing.
before too, though.
But
So,
say, you know, if someone really, you know how people they very close and car stops, and especially in the city, you know, people
yeah, you're
they
not
walk
paying
by.
attention, and there's a car ahead of you. It'll go beep 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 beep, and it'll even put the brakes on. Which
Yeah,
it has.
and it's very violent. I've seen it in my with my own eye on the FDR Drive on the east side of New York. Tesla just stopped. Boom! The guy was behind him with the truck.
I haven't got
very
phantom
hard.
braking in just normal traffic, but I've hit it on the highway. And I've also been driving down the highway twice, and all of a sudden it takes a sharp turn, like it wants to drive off the road. So you really have to be on top of it.
Yeah, I turn off all this lane avoidance. Sometimes you be traveling.
Yeah.
If you're that way, the car wants to bring you back to the lane, and it happened even if I turn things off. It's still sometimes.
I take it off.
I mean, look,
straight.
it's cool to have this car if you use it to for short distance to go from work, home, whatever, and charge it. Obviously, I assume you do have charger at home,
I have a
right?
charger at home.
Yeah. What is it like? Level 2, right?
Yeah, it's 220
What, the cars?
No, the tunnel.
Yeah, it's underwater. I know sometimes I don't want to think of it, I don't think about it going through
know.
here because it scares me if anything
Yeah, it's
happens.
awful.
Yeah. Because, it might not happen on the other side of this side, it would happen within the tunnel.
Yeah.
But I could tell the way they constructed these tunnels is amazing.
There's no like emergency
No,
exit.
no, there's not an emergency exit. If your water gush in here, like you're screwed. I think we might be able to drive this thing because it seems like an electric vehicle, they go through water, no problem.
Well, yeah. I mean, Elon's goal was always with the Cybertruck to get it to at least drive across.
That Cybertruck is a boat, man.
Yeah. It's big. People, I mean, I've seen it, but, some people say, you see it. It's hard to appreciate just how huge it is.
And this thing was built, this tunnel, like how many years ago?
Is this the Holland?
Man, these tunnels were built like mid-1900s, somewhere there.
Wow. How did they even build it under the water?
The only thing I could think of, these are like sort of circumference huge tubes, right?
Mm-hmm.
They probably dropped them right into the water, probably. Because I could tell when they do construction, I could see there's like sort of almost like circumference circle, like on the walls, right? It looks like a tunnel, basically.
The boring company, right?
Yeah, they bore out everything, man. Some of the company they go through those fish outcrops, those glaciers that have been here for billions of years. They go through that thing sometimes.
Yeah.
It's a bore, right? Like
It's
they bore out
like
the
a
whole
giant drill bit.
drill bit, yeah.
But they lay down the concrete walls as it goes through.
At the beginning.
For some reason I've been going through these tunnels forever, and there's cars they stall into an accident, but I've never witnessed, like a stall or an accident within the tunnel. And I've been driving like since the early 90s, before the inception of Uber and Lyft, or even cell phones, or even smartphones.
Were you a cab driver?
Yeah, I drove. At that point, I was actually attending community college at that point.
They have these medallions for New York cabs.
Yeah, man, they screwed up. This rideshare app, they mess with the medallion
Yeah, these
owners.
medallions were going for what, $500,000 or $1 million.
They hit 800,000 at one point, and they were selling them. At that point before Uber
Like
Lyft.
it'd be a family heirloom or something. You'd give it to your kid, right?
I mean, you could give it to your kid. Well, but your kid does not want to drive it. I mean, what are you going to do with it? I mean, you can lease it to someone else.
But do they still have them?
I mean, they do. I mean, they went down dramatically from the time, they were 800,000. Uber came here 12 years ago. They dropped the whole, the taxi business, and the medallion they dropped. Now, you could buy one for $120,000. Yeah.
So why would you buy one of those? Because then you're your own boss and you get all the profits instead of Uber where you're not your own boss?
I mean, there's the consequences of even having to own a medallion, because there's a huge liability. Even if these cars, right? I have my car also, right? Because we pay insurance. Like driving for Uber and Lyft, they don't pay nothing, not even a drop of gas. We have to pay insurance, tear wear on our cars, and things like that. But medallions also, it's the same thing. We carry these plates. You see, all our plates are the same because we have this sheriff in town called the New York City Tax and MC Commission. They're very corrupt. So without these licensing, without the plate, without the adequate insurance, you cannot drive for Uber. If you go to Minneapolis, most of these drivers, they don't use adequate insurance policies to pick you up. It's true. If anything happened to you in the car, you cannot claim anything. I mean, because sometimes they go around those loopholes. But obviously, if you're a smart person, you wanted to have rideshare endorsement. If anything happened, you're going to want to get insurance. There's actually, because insurance companies now, they come forward and tell you, look, you got to tell us exactly what's going on. Why are you going to use your car for, right? If you keep lying and you use it for rideshare, you might not get insurance in the future. You might not get a policy. Yeah, if anything happened, you got into an accident. But here, you can. You can't even drive with your state license. You know, if you go lower 48, they're all drivers. They drive with their own state licenses, and they have like regular insurance. Here, we have to have both insurance, state license, and plus you have to have adequate, requirement like as far as the insurance policies in order for you to drive. Because some of the drivers, they don't have their own car here; they rent them. But you still need to have that license from the taxi and limousine commission in order for you to drive, taxi yellow ones, or you can actually drive for Uber Lyft also. But Uber Lyft, they have waiting list right now. They're not hiring drivers, basically.
Lyft isn't hiring drivers?
Yeah, because there's saturation. There's so many cars, so many people, so many drivers.
Okay. That's why they can drive down the rates, I guess, right?
Drive the rate. They could pay you like 25 cents per mile, and some drivers just still work for them because the money that they make, it's kind of some huge money for them. You know what I'm saying? That they can live on that money. I'm not sure, but how you can live on some that lower rate, driving your car and being able, having to pay all the expenses and things like that.
You sometimes drive a Y, you sometimes drive a 3.
Yeah, sometimes I drive Y, sometimes I drive 3. But like you said, initially you said something that you're hesitant about even getting a Y, but I prefer the 3. It runs a little comfortable. This car, I can't believe, because sometimes I drive these cars and they have high mileage and they're still intact for some reason. I don't know why, because they still drive as normal cars. But some of them, they have low mileage and they drive really crazy. The only thing I don't like about these cars, none of these wheels are aligned. All the cars, sometimes they tend to veer right, left.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know.
Mine, I have the acceleration boost on it.
Yeah.
So it'll do 0 to 60 in like 4 seconds or something.
Oh, yeah,
But
yeah.
it doesn't do it. You have to be going straight. With my Model 3, I can kick it down on the floor as I'm turning, and it was so much fun, It was really
It's
cool.
nice, yeah. These cars, they don't roll for some reason. Yeah, because it's
But then my Y isn't stable. It's like it's pulling more on one side than the
what's
other.
that? Yeah, and I figure like most of the cars, I'm kind of meticulous when it comes to my cars driving it. I want to make sure my car is aligned. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it could be something, because these cars, as much as they say, oh, there's no moving part. No, there is moving part. You got the front end, the rear end of the car, and some of these cars that I drive recently, also within the fleet, they have some slack, in the electric motor, because I could tell, and if someone does own a vehicle like that, you probably more likely know, there is a problem with the vehicle, right? You might notice it, obviously, right?
Is it, if it doesn't pull evenly, is that an alignment issue? Or is it
Yeah, you can see that always the steering wheels are crooked to the left, right. Most of them I've never
See, now
seen.
you're not on the wheel, but it's going pretty much straight.
Yeah, it's going pretty much straight, but I could tell, like I said, this car seems like it's aligned. Okay.
Mine, I think, will go straight if I take my hand.
Yeah, it will go straight, right? Yeah. If I go there, it will leave. It goes to the
Yeah,
left.
you may have been pointed in that direction.
But all cars are like that. I mean, you can't be like on point. I mean, they're always going to be, the alignment's going to be off on most of the cars. I mean, we don't live in, we live on, people, they think, oh, the planet is flat, but
I've read that a lot
they're always off by a degree, whatever. And if it's off degree, whatever, they're so like, okay, I'm gonna just leave it the way it is. They don't go to that extent to make it even.
Yeah.
Look, if you mechanic, yeah, if you mechanic, do your job right. You see what I'm saying? Treat that car like yours. You know, if somebody came for alignment, yeah, I want to make sure that alignment is straight. But they do lousy jobs sometimes. You're going to Newark, you're not going to JFK.
Why is that?
JFK is drag, man. It takes forever to do.
Really?
Yeah, man. Here you see running the bridge for 5 minutes.
So when you fly into New York, you're much better off going to Newark.
Yeah, always. Yeah, if you're gonna come, I mean, unless if you're gonna get cheap flight going to JFK, which I doubt it, right?
Lots more.
More, right? Yeah, Newark is quick, fast through the tunnel. Except during the day, sometimes if you're going inbound. Can be a little traffic, but if you happen to have good drivers, you know, like I do some of the shortcuts to get to New York.
Is JFK the one in Queens?
Yeah, in Queens, right.
And then isn't there a second LaGuardia? Where's that one?
LaGuardia is domestic also. They only have one international flight from there, which is at Canada, which is North America, basically. Yeah. LaGuardia, it's also sometimes it can be a drag going there. I mean, it's quick. It's right. It's in Queens also.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's only like if there's no traffic, it might take about 20, 26, between 30 minutes.
So you would recommend Newark for?
Yeah, Newark if you're going in. Yeah, honestly, Newark it's really fast. What I like about these cars, it's the regenerative braking. That's what I like about.
You do like it?
Yeah, man. You know, because driving New York, you want to deal with the braking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah,
I like
regenerative braking.
regenerative braking. I hardly use my brakes. You know,
Yeah.
the maintenance is so little on a Tesla. I owned my car for 5.5 years. Gosh, I don't think I paid a dime in service. Probably, you know, $500 a year charging it. Really low cost of ownership.
And no oil change because it doesn't use oil.
No oil changes. And I bought tires once.
I heard, you know, because of the regen braking, you know, you might wear out the tire a lot faster than regular cars.
Well, they're heavy too.
Yeah.
So I got new tires at like 33,000 or something.
Right.
What's the regen braking?
Yeah, it's like you let off and the car comes to a stop by itself.
Yeah, it's using the motor
Yeah, it's
to
just,
slow you down. And
it will generate power back into the battery.
it
But
turns into a generator instead of, you know, motor and generator are the same thing. The generator is just a motor running in reverse, you know.
Oh.
And so when it slows down the car like that, it's creating energy that goes back into you know, some percentage of that energy goes back into the battery.
Yeah.
That's why they call it regen.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
yeah, there's other more is that it's all magnetic. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Magnets turning.
You know, the only thing is I don't know how Elon Musk was able to use Tesla as one of his brands to actually develop these cars. Nicholas Tesla, you know Nicholas Tesla, right? Yeah, Nikola Tesla. He actually invented the
The
direct
AC
current.
induction motor.
Yeah, alternate current, right?
AC, yeah.
Alternate current, right?
Yeah.
So his
The
name is
current
Tesla.
motors.
Yeah, so his name is Tesla, right?
Yeah.
So how you could use someone that actually the brand
I think
Tesla?
he's been dead long enough.
Huh? No, he's been dead, but obviously there is some kind of state, you know, to Tesla. You know, Tesla actually died, I know, at one of the hotels right there, right next to where I live, basically. It's called
I think you're
New York.
you know, like Disney, for instance.
Yeah, you cannot
It's
use
supposed
this.
to be. The copyrights are supposed to be free and clear 75 years after the death of say.
Oh, so you tell me that there's a statute of limitation on someone else's?
I think so. And Disney, you know, has done something to try to extend that. I don't know what it is, but that's probably how he can discuss this.
I guess, yeah. So you're going economy, right?
Yeah, we are Terminal
United
C.
States.
C, you're going economy because there's two levels: economy and premium class. I mean,
We're
Yeah.
economy for sure.
It's at 2, right? We got gate C, something. Door 2.
yeah, it's-
That looks right. I tell you, it rides a lot better in the back of my Y than it does in the back of my 3.
you know, sometimes you get some few people. She goes,
Loaded up our car, everything. 3 of us went out there and supercharged the whole way. And then we went on to Washington, D.C. So I've driven around in my Tesla. No problem. It takes a little bit.
all right, you have safe flights.
Thank you.
All right, no problem.
Nice chatting with you.
No problem, anytime. Yeah, it's Newark. I'm glad I came to Newark, man. I didn't go to JFK. Yeah, man, look, yesterday I was talking, right? At the end of my shift, at the end of my live stream yesterday, and I was talking, I said, look, today I'm driving a Model Y, right? I don't have nothing against Model Y. It's good, you know, but they do have the performance Model Y. That one, I drove it. It's really nice. I know if Tash she's still here. Tash, I think you mentioned about you have the performance Y. It's got different, you know, suspensions, braking system, a little bit more. I mean, it definitely makes it a lot easier, you know, to drive with the performance than just like a regular Model Y. Look, there's lots of things you could do to this car to actually make it your own, you know. Just do things to your likings to make the car perform to your, you know, the way you drive. But if you buy a new car and start changing things in the car, you get my point, and you want to add certain things to the car, modify the car, you automatically, you go fix your car. It's as a Tesla service centers, right? So Tesla, if you take the car and they could pull the car, lift the car, okay, into the car, they go into the car to diagnose, and they found something not right, you know, something that you add into the car, they avoid your warranty. But there's lots of things to do to Tesla, you know, change the whole struts, get performance suspension on the car, you know, make it really nice and smooth to ride because they ride really bumpy. But if you walk into places like, you know, like Vegas or Arizona, places where it's flat, you know what I'm talking about? It's nice. You don't have to do anything to the car. But New York City has the worst street, I think, on the planet Earth. I'm gonna tell you the truth. You know, it's and then if you don't have places where to charge your vehicle, don't buy a car. You know, at least this dude, you know, he's got a place to charge his car. So you can see one of the driver actually happened to be here. See the Rebel, this Model 3. So I'm driving a Model Y. See this car you see in front of us, the blue one, it looks just like the one I'm driving with the wrap, but it's Model Y. So this is the Model Y. Obviously everyone knows the Teslas. I'm not gonna sit here and lecture you guys, you know. You know, the only thing why this dude is sitting there I mean, I do come here and sit here also myself, you know, because once you turn an independent contractor with the Revel, I mean, you could do whatever, you know. You could leave the cars, you know, turn off the vehicle. You could go sit home all you want. You know what I'm talking about? Because it's independent contractor, because you have to pay for the rental. It's $10 an hour to rent the vehicle from Revel once you become independent contractor. You get my point? But me, at the current moment, my status with the Revel as an employee, I have to take everything that they throw at me, every trip. You know what I'm saying? And I cannot miss any trip. I could miss one, but I cannot miss the second trip. If I miss the second trip, I lose my bonuses. You know what I'm saying? There's like an hourly premium that they give you, which is I really wanted to make sure that I get that. But once I turn independent contractor with these people, damn, man. And it's nice that I'm not going to be locked out. I'm going to be knocking these trips really fast. Man, I honestly, I'm not going to brag about the whole thing, but I get a lot of tips from a Revel passengers. Except from the rude passengers, you know. They just don't want to tip you, or maybe they go to that extent to low rate you for just the fun of it. You get my point? Yeah, I'm turning back to the city right now. You know, I don't have to stay there to make money for a Revel. You see what I'm talking about? Like here. You know, I do it from my heart sometimes. I come here. You know, I don't want to go back to the city empty. You see this guy? They charge him $75 for this trip. It only took me 20 minutes to get him to the airport, right? See, this is what Uber is doing to the drivers right now. They're ripping off the drivers, and they're... Man, I hate some people. They sit there, they're trying to teach people something, you know. You can probably, because everything is in the news. Everything that comes out of the horse mouth, you know, like, it's everything you can see. You know, you don't have to sit there trying to lecture me how to do my business. Yeah, I'm going back to the city. I'm going to get off like usually. This is my routine, what I do, you know. If I come here, you know, with my personal car, like I usually, you know, exit at New Jersey City, Hoboken. You know, maybe I could get a trip going back, or, you know, like here with the Revel. Also, for some reason, when you get to that part of the perimeter where Revel, it's only supposed to operate within the northern part of Jersey. Not the northern part of Jersey. It's like right on the other side of the Hudson, basically, right? Where people could request a car from there. Like here, you only could get an airport request through Revel, and it's supposed to be going back to the city. It's the same thing with Uber and Lyft. Any trip that you get from Jersey, Connecticut, Long Island, Westchester County, they're all going back to New York. Man, I could definitely, there's no buffering so far. I noticed that only twice or 3 times so far the phone buffered, and I think that's just normal. But I can see here there's no buffer. Okay. Skyway Bridge, the phone starts to buffer. buffer zone, the buffer zone. You know, it's overcast. That's why there's no really sun beating on me right now. Honestly, if it was hot, man, this Tesla, you know, the panoramic view becomes like inferno, man. It's like from literally maybe like 180 degrees, you know, because obviously this is just a glass, you know. You know, if I buy Tesla, you know what I'm gonna do to the roof? I'm gonna put like solars on top of it. Even if they're not functional, you know what I'm saying? At least they can actually obstruct the sun. You see what I'm talking about? I got a taxi right there in front of me. It's going back. You know, taxis, they cannot pick up. They have to go to Jersey, drop off, and they come back empty to New York. But they're getting, like for instance, if I had the passengers that I had in my car, and I'm driving yellow taxi in the front of me, they will pay me an extra, I think $10 or $15, yeah. But just going to Newark, you see what I'm talking about? Because the drivers, they have to go to the airport or go to Jersey, and they have to come back empty. That was, you know, that $15 applies only to if you go into Newark International Airport in a yellow taxi, right? But if there's any other trips going to Jersey, then it will be just like a regular meter, you know, whatever because obviously if you're taking someone in the yellow taxi going to Newark, it's the meter plus the toll plus the $15. But if you go anywhere in Jersey in the yellow cab, it's only the meter and then plus the toll. That's it. See my man, he's wearing a turban. He's from India, and he's going back. I'm sure he owns that medallion, that dude. Guys, I appreciate every one of you here in the chat. You know, share my stream with your friends, whatever. But honestly, like I said, I don't really ask much from people. I just want people to come and enjoy the stream, ask questions. If you do have questions, I want to learn from you guys also. Like I said, but yeah, today, I don't know if I said this in the beginning of my chat, because yesterday, when I ended my live stream, I kept saying that I was going to stream tomorrow, thinking that it was Monday. I swear, that's what it was, you know. And then when I ended my stream, I realized tomorrow was going to be Sunday. You see what I'm talking about? But I promised I was going to stream, so what I did is actually I did plan, you know, to stream for you guys. Once I realized it was only Sunday, it's not Monday, because usually I wanted to stream for you Monday, Tuesdays, and Saturdays, and sometimes it all depends. But Oh damn, I was gonna exit before to go, you know, like local, but I could take this exit too. Columbus Drive. Fake Columbus, Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus is fake. Man, look at this. If it was the weekend, this place would be like packed. Because usually what people do, because that's what I do. Normally I exit before this exit, you know what I'm saying? To avoid all the traffic going into New York, right? But usually you come through here, it's madness too, because people, they're trying to avoid going on top right there, right? I don't know if you see the elevated highway on top. It usually gets packed, like from here all the way to the tunnel. You gotta be creative when you drive. You can't be driving, you know, like randomly. Oh, these guys went through red lights. Going through red lights, red lights, red light district. You guys know red light district? They have red light district in Amsterdam, where women sell themselves. Amsterdam, I think that's the only place that I know they legalized, you know, like marijuana, right? Like there, they have shops, people, they can smoke anywhere. And I think Amsterdam, they want to shut down the whole thing, you know? They don't want to give privilege to people to be smoking everywhere, smoke on the wide open. I mean, here, this is what happened here. They legalized it also. You'd be walking on the street, everyone's smoking weed. That's not, you don't call this a society by allowing people to actually use drugs on the wide open. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I understand if you're using like marijuana for medicinal, you know, purposes. You know what I'm talking about? Like, obviously, I know it benefits some of the people, you know, especially kids with autism. That's what I've heard, you know, honestly, like kids with autism, but they don't really smoke it. It's actually, it's edible, you know, and sort of some type of capsule or pills, whatever. You see what I'm talking about? And I've heard like people, they have autistic kids, you know, they do improve by using you know, the marijuana for medical purpose. You know, you get my point? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Oh, guys, you know, I think I had a delay with my chat here. Honestly, I just realized it because I just refreshed the page, just refreshed my live stream, and I could see a lot of people actually commented here. Yeah, sorry guys, Jonathan C, Tash. You know, honestly, I wasn't aware of that. That's why I was wondering. At one point why no one is actually talking. You know, guys, I really kind of apologize for the whole thing. Well, my apology, guys. I just realized, honestly, because I had the phone right, but yeah, at the same time I'm concentrating on driving. But I just refreshed the page and I could see clearly some people were actually were commenting. Yeah, you guys commented like a while ago. I really apologize, guys. I can see if I could pick up certain comment here. Yeah, Dercia, I think you just came in, right? Oh, Brenda, you know, that's cool. Vintage, yeah, I like vintage racing. You know, my district where I race upstate, we have a class on its own. They only race vintage motorcycles. You know, it's because we have different classes. You know, we have novice, amateur, intermediate, expert. You see what I'm talking about? And we have another class. We even have a class called college boys. You know, kids that I like to race with because I'm older than them. You know. Jonathan C, what makes you think that the traffic is going to be bad? I don't think so. Oh, Jonathan C, talking about the medallions. Yeah, I spoke with the guy on the way to Newark International. Yeah, he was talking about the medallions. Hey, Ray, what's up, Ray? Yeah, he's talking about the medallions, you know. I mean, it's kind of dumb. At one point, you know, when really I feel sorry for most of the medallion owners. Some of them, they committed suicide. One of them actually, you know, because the fact he lost income, things like that. He lost all his money because the fact that he couldn't afford to actually provide for his family because of Uber. And then you know what he did, this dude? He went right in front of the city hall, right? When we had the mayor, his name is Bill de Blasio, and he shot himself right in front of the city hall. You know, point blank shot himself, you know, because the fact that he was going through turmoil. Jonathan, I don't think you're autistic, Miley. You just sound fine, you know. I don't know you personally, but I think yeah, no, honestly, I mean, it's sad because with the medallion owners, you know, all of a sudden they lost income. You know who actually was you know, one of them that owned like a couple hundred medallions. I'm exaggerating, not a couple hundred. This guy, he owned by almost 50 medallions, and he was Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen. He was the Trump lawyer that lied up, you know, for him and all that. He covered a lot of stuff. I mean, even he testified against him, you know, during the trial here in New York City, right? Yeah, Michael Cohen. He was. Oh shit. Yeah, I was buffering. Yeah, I said Michael Cohen. He was Trump lawyer, right? He actually lied for Trump, and he manipulated the whole thing for him. I mean, obviously, and one point, you know, he even testified against him, you know, during the trial, because Michael Cohen, he was tried and convicted, and he was sentenced, and obviously he spent he was sentenced to confined, like home. Like he was confined to home, you know, as he was there for to a point where actually this guy Michael Cohen, he owned 50 medallions. Once he was convicted and he became a felon, he lost all his medallions. But he didn't really lose his medallions. All he had to do, because obviously as a felon in New York City, right, and you own a medallion, TLC will confiscate your medallion. They will give you a chance. They will give you a chance to sell your medallion, because if you get into trouble, right, as an owner, medallion owner, and you're convicted of a felony, TLC will give you a chance to either get rid of the medallion, sell it, whatever. And if you don't do it within a certain time, they confiscate your medallion because you're a felon. You're not supposed to own a medallion. It's the truth, yes. So Michael Cohen, this dude had 50 medallion. He was a lawyer also. You know, some of the lawyers, they really creep. So he lost all his medallions. But I know he liquidated his medallions. I know for sure he sold them out. So that's the only way that he was supposed to actually be able to, you know, bank on his medallion, unless, you know, otherwise he would have lost them. And you know, people, you think they're smart sometimes, right? You know Mike Bloomberg, I mentioned him 3 times. He was the richest man also, right? It's the 10th richest man in America, right? At one point, before Uber, Lyft, there were always like a shortage of cabs in the city, especially when it rains, when it's, you know, during the cold, it's impossible to find a cab. You know, when Uber and Lyft came in, they picked up the slack, right? So Taxi Limousine Commission in New York City, they were very happy because Taxi Limousine Commission, they was having like people complaining about shortage of cabs and stuff like that. So at one point during Bloomberg administration with TLC, the Taxi Limousine Commission in New York City, they decided to auction a bunch of medallions, right? And they sold them for about between $700,000 to $800,000. That was like, that's what they auctioned them for. And like I said in the beginning, I don't know, I mentioned this like during my live stream earlier, that they sold, and they sold, it was sort of like predatory lending when they sold this medallion to some of these migrants, you know what I'm talking about, people that decided to buy the medallion. Some of them, they really did not have that much money to be able to buy the medallion. What they did is they financed them. You know, they financed them as a mortgage, like same thing. You know, you go get like $800,000 or $100,000 mortgage, and you have to pay for it for the rest of your life. You know, and Mike Bloomberg himself, even if these medallions went down in prices, you know, he could care less. You know, should have thought about it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's something was going to happen eventually. Owns medallions because he does not have to manage these medallions. All he has to do is just take these medallions, give them to a fleet, and they can manage those medallions for him. So he does not have to even think about it. You know, this building, it's a big ass building, man, and it's got too many entrances all the way around. So I'm gonna sit here, right? Because this building is a square block. I know this building, people, either they come out this way or they come out the other side. This is Jersey City. It's only 5 minutes into the city. See, these people are going to Times Square. You see, any people that we get from here on Uber, Lyft, or Revel, whatever, they're all going into New York. You see, I'm telling you, this person just texted me and they're not even at that address. Yeah, they're not even at the address. They just text me. See, now they say, oh, we'll be there. No, you should have been here already. Yeah, sorry, the elevator. Bullshit. Yes. They all say that. You know what I'm saying? When they're late, they say, oh, elevators, you know, I'm waiting for the elevator. So the elevator's taking a while. Yeah, Tash. I shake my head all the time. I'm a shaker baker. Bacon, shaking bacon. Shake and bake. Shaking and bacon. I meant the circle, so fucking I don't have to wait for them. Let's go. Get you guys in the car.
Hi, thank you so much.
No problem. What's your name?
Lynn?
All right, Lynn. I have a friend. His name is Lynn too.
Really?
Yeah, Lynn Right Side Hustle. He's probably listening right now. I'm just kidding. No, his name is Lynn. Yeah, I have a friend. His name is Lynn.
I've never met a Lynn before, actually, so that's insane.
No, but there's people with the name Lynn, right?
There's gotta be. There's gotta
There's
be.
plenty.
There's plenty.
Yeah. You know why? Because he's my best friend.
Yeah.
I'm not lying to you. I'm serious.
No, I believe you. I believe you.
And he just went for a trip to Japan. Oh, no, he came back. He's here.
You went to a trip to Japan? That's
Yeah.
awesome. I just had a 10-hour
because-
layover there.
Oh, wow.
I
Because
know.
he's Asian. Yeah, he's Asian.
Oh. Look at all the similarities we have.
Small world, right?
Small world.
Let's see, what's the best, man? I'm at, there's no traffic. I'm gonna take it. Holland. Let's see, assess the damage. There's some potential. Reckless driving. I won't be surprised even him going through the tunnel. Because there's like a lot to go through the tunnel.
Salesforce at work? Do you use Salesforce at work? Oh, it's a software. Excel? No, this is Salesforce. Excel is something else. Do you use Excel? Yeah, me too.
I don't. Spreadsheets.
Like a dweeb.
Yeah, like a new. Do you look David Fisher? It's like a level 20 something. Or 2 rooms out.
You want me to let you off here somewhere?
Yeah, let me check really quick.
'Cause it's-
Honestly, right here would be great.
No problem, yeah.
Yeah. Alright, thank you. That's like
Thank you.
Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much.
No, you have a good day.
You as well.
All right. Yes, yes. There's an Asian family, but the Asian girl, she looked exceptionally cute compared to, you know, like any. I mean, obviously, I don't want to disrespect people here, but she's pretty cute herself, and she's hanging out with her parents. Lynn, I didn't know your name is a female name. She's like, what's your name? She said, my name is Lynn. I was like, okay. I got Lynn. I got my friend Lynn. Lynn Rideshare Hustle. But Lynn changes his YouTube username to Traveling with Lynn, right? Lynn, you gotta be traveling a lot now, man, because your name, it says Traveling with Lynn. Traveling with Lynn in the house. Richie B, how's it going, my friend? Richie B, I hope I don't say something that's gonna offend you, my friend. Because last time something offended you, buddy. Welcome, Richard B, welcome, buddy. I don't get offended that easily, trust me. I have family values, bro. I know last time I was streaming, it said something about me being parked, right? And complaining about being parked. You know, I'm complaining, and yeah, I'm doing the same thing like other people, parked. But I honestly, the only way that was for me to pick that person up is to park where I pretty much was the only place to park, you know? But I blame the passengers sometimes, you know? They request the cars, they know their car is on the way there to pick them up. And literally, they can see the car on their end, you know? And yeah, they stay, you know, they sit home, you know, doing makeups, eating whatever, drinking, talking to their friends. No, man. I mean, if you request the car, be there waiting for me. I mean, especially if you live in a place, right? Like where I picked that person up last time, Richie. Honestly, my friend, I have no problem, you know. I like for people to point out my problems, you know. If you see something, pointed out to me. You know, I'm glad to kind of sort of clear the things for you, or if anybody wants to actually chime in. But like I said, you know, honestly, it just was no place to park. Obviously, the person, they knew there was no place to park, and that was down by the Wall Street, right? And honestly, I can tell you the truth, that Wall Street has never really been easy for us, you know, since 9/11. You know, like if you go downtown, there's one way in, one way out. You know, unless if you're gonna travel, go along the, you know, FDR Drive, or maybe that's what it was initially, honestly, because 9/11 just changed everything downtown. You know, there's certain places that you cannot drive through. Stock Exchange is off limit. You cannot drive anywhere near Stock Exchange. William Foley, what's up, William Foley? How's it going, my man? William, I appreciate you, my friend. How you been, William? Yeah, William, as long as my phone doesn't really act up, you know, if it's clear stream, yeah, I like for people to watch. I mean, sometimes, like for some reason during the week, since I've been streaming, you know, like for, you know, like my friend Lynn inspired me. Although, like in the beginning, once he started his channel, we always like sort of going with each other. You know, I don't know if you know Lynn. Basically, he's one of my rideshare driver here. He's my friend. So basically, yeah. So since I started doing the, although I used to live stream, like I said, but I never really had people coming to my stream. So, but then, you know. And during the week, like whenever I stream, my phone buffers, you know, and it lags, and you cannot even watch the stream. So it doesn't make no sense to stream and people not being able to, you know, to enjoy the stream, right? Oh yeah, William, you know, I do my job with all professionalism. You know what I'm talking about? Like, it's always been that way. I've never, you know, I always do things 100%. But you know, in this type of business, you're dealing with too many people, too many characters. People sometimes, I'm not generalizing everyone. You know, some people, they come and they want to take the ride and go where they want to go. But some people, they come in your car, they want to control you. They act like, you know, sometimes I'll be driving my car, my personal car on Uber Lyft, you know. You know, I just wanted to let people know, you know, like about what actually had transpired in that, like at the end of 2022, I think. No, beginning of 2023. Or yeah, the end of 22, beginning of 2023. I don't know if you guys are listening to me. I'll see that I'm not buffering at this point. Yeah, Tash, that's what Lynn, his channel was you know, rideshare hassle, right? So in the beginning, and like at the end of COVID, I used to stream every once in a while on Uber's platform, right? And you know what? Honestly, I'm not gonna sit here and just fabricate things, you know what I'm talking about? Because that's what I was gonna say after I was gonna drop my passenger, to let some people know, especially if they are in this gig economy, you know what I'm saying? Because some people, they drive for a ride share, some people, they do food deliveries, and me, like I said, in 2020, and the only thing why I don't stream, like when I drive my own vehicle on Uber Lyft platform, because during late of 2022, right, I used to stream, right, I'm kind of, you know, sometimes I do drive, and I admit the fact that sometimes I'm kind of, you know, I go a little fast, kind of reckless on the side, but I'm in control. You know, I want to make sure that my passenger get home safely and all that. And I've had people that they always compliment my driving, they compliment my service. You see what I'm talking about? But at the end of 2022, at the end of the pandemic, for some reason, some hater, I don't know, someone actually submitted literally a video clip on my, I'm not sure if it was my, while I was live streaming, but they submitted a video to Uber about me driving recklessly and all that. You see what I'm talking about? So what happened, Uber contacted me, you know, like they called me, you know, normally, if somebody submitted a complaint about you, right? Usually Uber, they look at the, you know, the status of your account. They see, you know, if you have any complaints, or if you have, because they archive all these complaints. Although these complaints towards the riders are all false complaints, false accusation. People that submit a complaint literally to actually get reimbursed for their trips. It's really sad, you know. They submit a complaint, false accusation about the drivers, and they don't know the consequences of submitting a false report about the driver. Driver will put on hold, pending investigation, all that shit. You know what I'm talking about? So somebody took part of my video, because when Uber contacted me, right? Because usually Uber, sometimes when they send me some complaint or whatever about the passenger complaining, I go like, well, no, this has never happened. I have a dash cam in my vehicle. Sometimes I say, look, man, I will send you footage. You know, you guys gonna have to let me know exactly what took place here. No, they just, sometimes they send you an email. They say, look, we had a complaint. But if you're a good driver, you know what they say, because this has always been my case. You know, when they contact me, they say, look, we could see you have good work ethic. You render good service. You high rating. You know, my rating currently on Uber is 4.97. You see what I'm saying? But it fluctuates between 9.4, 5, 7. You know what I'm talking about? So they told me, look, we had this complaint. We know that you do good work. Just continue with what you do. Just render good service like you do all the time, and just continue with your business. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna take that up on you, because usually when they send me complaint, I go, look, well, you guys, you're gonna have to tell me when this happened, and so I could actually send you footage to prove you that this never happened, right? So when Uber contacted me, that was the first time I got reached out by Uber, and they go like, look, we had a complaint about you going really fast, blah, blah, blah. And I go like, with the guy on support, right? He was with me. And I was like, look, man, you don't tell me, because there's no evidence. No one has any evidence for me going fast, whatever. So, and he tells me, oh, no. You know what? We have really a video of you going fast, going reckless, whatever. And I go like, wow. And he goes like, yeah, we do. But look, we just wanted to reach out to you to let you know. And I go like, okay, well, you know what? You know, passengers usually, they don't send videos. Honestly, they don't. I don't know if just someone decided to send a clip, but obviously anybody could clip my live stream, you know, part of it. You see what I'm talking about? You know, if you go to any video, if you go to my stream, you could clip my stream. You see what I'm saying? You could clip any other YouTube video content. You know what I'm talking about? So they say, no, we got clip of you going fast. And I go like, okay, well, this is not a joke. And they tell me, look, we just don't want this to happen. Just do your job, whatever. But these complaints, when they accumulate, you see what I'm saying? They look at it and they might actually even let you go. They might cancel you. So at that point, I go like, okay, this is not going. Look, the way for me to protect my account and not, you know, jeopardize my account is to stop streaming on the platform. You see, I could stream on Uber if I wanted to, and then keep it discreet, right? But if someone submits a complaint, it will be on Uber, because if they call, they're gonna call Uber. They're gonna say, look, I was on the Uber platform. I was actually rider, you know, and this is the complaint. And the next thing, because of the discussion that I had with Uber, you know, in 2022. So that's why I'm not gonna jeopardize my account having to stream. You know what I'm saying? I'm not buffering, guys. So hopefully you guys hear me. Heidi, how you doing, Heidi? Nice to see you. How's Mr. G? So at that point, honestly, I just said, look, screw it. I'm not doing any. So far with the Revel, I have no problem. The Revel, they know my YouTube channel, honestly. And I'm sure they probably know that I'm streaming right now. You know, I have people that I know, most of the phone supporters on the Revel, they know my channel. Sometimes I promote, you know, all these apps. But so far, they never really said anything. But if they do, then I'm not going to stop streaming. You see what I'm talking about? So let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you what it is. Any of these YouTube content creators that do gig work, right? And they do actually create content on YouTube. And I'm sure 100% if your account had, you know, been deactivated or something happened on the platform, because I know a lot of people, they talk, some of them they do actually work, some of them they just talk about the rideshare business, but they don't work. You know what I'm saying? They just talk out of their asses, right? So basically, if anyone got into trouble with some of the apps because you're exposing yourself online, you know, these rideshare apps, they watch these videos. You see what I'm talking about? So they watch videos, they watch live stream, and if someone hates your gut, you see what I'm talking about? They could go and submit a complaint, just hates you, and they go and complain about you, and you're in trouble. You see what I'm talking about? I don't know if I'm talking out of my ass myself. I don't know if you guys, this makes sense to you. You know what I'm talking about? But I'm just saying. You know, I have plenty platforms here that self-failure. Like now, there's some of them, I mean, they do have really work and going. Oh, Heidi, look, yeah, I know I'm buffering a little bit. Yeah, Heidi. Oh, so you said that you were deactivated? You mean you weren't deactivated? They put you on hold, right? Because they do that. You said, of course they don't know a live stream, or you meant you said, of course they know that you stream. Yeah, literally, you know, you tell someone that don't drink in my car, and then turn around and take it out on you. You know, it's illegal to drink in the vehicle, in the rideshare vehicle. No, you could drink alcohol, period. You know, whether you're driving your personal car or you're driving, you know, you're driving for rideshare. You know, I mean, you can't, like here, obviously you get pulled over, open container, they're gonna blame you. Here in the city, they write us both. I could get a ticket by the TLC or the police, and the passenger also gets a ticket. I mean, these passengers, they don't get it, you know. Also, so Heidi, they actually reactivate your account, right? Oh, so you disputed the complaint with Lyft, and pretty much it was fine, right? And it's the same thing happened to me with Lyft. You know, during the pandemic, I wasn't stressing. I wasn't stressing about the mask, you know, because I really could care. Heidi, you probably remember I used to stream, you know, like during the pandemic, and I did not have any problem with the mask. You could get in a freaking car without mask. I could care less. But since the city states and the country started enforcing those masks, you know, and Uber at one point, they were also we had to take a picture, you know, with you know, us wearing the mask, and at one point, you know, people, they used to come without the mask, and sometimes they even submit a complaint about you not wearing a mask, and then you get into trouble. Same thing with Lyft one time. It was the height of the pandemic, just the beginning. At one point, the city of New York started enforcing the mask policy. And at one point, even I got pulled over one time by the cops. They were doing just checkpoint during that beginning of the pandemic. And they saw my passenger wasn't wearing a mask, nor I was wearing a mask. And the cops are going like, oh, you wear the mask. You guys, why are you not wearing a mask? It was just checkpoint, actually, right through the park, Central Park. We go through transfers that go from east to west. And I go, at that point, I just started wearing a mask, and then Uber Lyft started enforcing masks, right? And one time, I actually went to pick up this dude, right? Fucking janitor. I know, because I went to the building and I found out that he's janitor there. So he came in, right? I pulled up. He entered my vehicle. I could see he wasn't wearing a mask, right? And then I told him, look, man, do you have a mask? And he goes like, and he told me, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, about mask. And I told him, look, man, I'm just asking if you do have mask. You know, if he, at that point, I was gonna, you know, like let him in the car, but then he started arguing with me before he gets in the car. And then he left the car, spat on me. He spat on me, right? You know, honestly. And then he left the car, left the door open. Next thing, I called Lyft. I didn't call Lyft. I just submitted a complaint about him. Then I get a reply from Lyft. Lyft says, okay, we're sorry what happened. We're gonna reach out to this passenger. He wasn't supposed to do, you know, to disrespect you by spitting on you and all that. And they told me, don't worry about it. We're gonna take this guy off the platform. And I was like, fine, you know, this is all done. And a week later, maybe the dude actually came back, and maybe because he lost his account, or maybe he complained about me, submitted a complaint again because he knew that I submitted a complaint about him. And that's when Lyft came in, started, you know, trying to revive all that case. And I was like, look, man, literally, I sent you everything. You guys told me to just keep going, you know, no problem whatsoever, because obviously, you know, you submitted a complaint about someone who wasn't wearing a mask. I was like, what? I mean, this has happened almost 2 weeks ago. It's just crazy. And it was just all about the mask, and they put my account on hold, and then they reactivate my account again, because they said, we're sorry the fact that this is the ongoing case that happened 2 weeks ago. It's crazy, because people that you talk to sometimes, it's not the same support. You know, there's got to be someone answering the email, and they don't look at the previous email. It's stupid. Yeah, pandemic was another thing. You know, it was really crazy. And it was all fake. You know, now people that come to realize that this pandemic was just it was manipulated. I mean, this virus was manipulated. They made a little potent, you know, to attack all the people. You see what I'm saying? The country, they can afford to actually keep people living. You know, they want to get rid of you. You know, you hit a certain age, they don't want you to keep living. You know, most people that lived in, most people that died in New York, most of them, they were elderly. They were in the nursing homes. Yeah, roadside. I mean, you only have a few minutes left. Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to go at 5, right? 5 to midnight. Roadside. Look, man. With all due respect, dude. You know, if you're gonna keep driving, and some people are gonna keep driving like you do, you know, which I don't have no problem. You know what I'm saying? I could get in my car right now, and I could just do trips with other apps. You see what I'm talking about? I could do trips with other apps. But for this to stop, we need all of us. You know what I'm saying? You, me. I'm just adding people that we know. Lynn, other people that work for these ride share apps to stop working. You know, it's not, you're not gonna lose anything but a stop. You know, at least, you know, take off for 2-3 days, maybe a freaking week, man. You know, everybody put the fucking cart away. And I bet you, man, these people will come out, will be kissing all the drivers' asses, you know, to go back to work without lockout. Maybe more pay. Maybe more pay. Yeah, but if you're gonna sit here and bitch about lockout every day, nothing is gonna be resolved. You got my point, roadside? You got my point? You know, initially I know this shit was gonna happen about lockout. You know, when the rebel came in, you know, at that point I was like, oh, it's a relief, man. At least, you know, I could get on this platform also to kind of sort of, you know, if anything happened, I could fall back on these apps. Yeah, I mean, thank you for actually wanting to show up at the protest on May 17th. Not a lot of people come to the protest. You know how many protests I've been to? You know, we got like a bunch of drivers, you know, here in the city. You know, look, TLC has 200, almost 300,000 licensees. And not all of them, they drive for rideshare. Most of them are cab drivers. Some of them, they're no longer with us on this planet. Some of them, they do have license, they don't drive. You see what I'm talking about? And we have the 86,000 rideshare drivers. And when I go to these protests, you know who's there? 200. Last time I counted was 250 drivers out of 86,000. Ray, welcome to the channel back again, my friend. 86,000. Imagine if all the people says, okay, you know what? I'm taking off. I'm gonna park my car. If you have family, kid, I'm just saying hypothetically, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm taking my kids, I'm going on vacation. Look, Uber, they're not gonna retaliate. Yeah, I know we have that independent contractor status. You see what I'm talking about? And there's a term of service. But these apps, they treat us as employees, but we're not. We're not. Clearly, we're not. It's just the problem is that some of the drivers, they don't really write the fine print to see what their rights are. And even if you think you have a right, you don't. You know, as an independent contractor, you cannot arbitrate with these people. You know, because people, they get these contracts sometimes. Uber clearly, they send you a term of service and they say, look, if you don't like our term of service, you can opt out within 30 days. But some people, they don't opt out. Some people, they don't opt out because they don't read the term of contract, term of service. Even if you opt out, it doesn't mean that you could arbitrate with them one-on-one, because you have to provide your own lawyer, everything, and fight these big giants, you know, corporate giants. You can never fight Uber. Uber got billions of dollars, man, and they got one fucking lawyer, man, that he's making all this mess. You know, Uber, I'm gonna repeat this again. It seems like I found myself repeating this again and again. Uber has the top lawyer, the chief legal officer. His name is Tony West, right? He was hired by the current CEO of Uber. You know, most people that drive for Uber Lyft, they don't even know the CEOs of these companies. I swear to God, I've asked so many people sometimes, do you know CEO? They say, no, I don't know who the CEO of Uber. I'm telling you. And these people, and the guy that actually fight all these legal cases and this litigation here in the state, his name is Tony West. He was actually one of the he was assistant district attorney in California, and he became an attorney. He worked for the DA, right, in California. and all of a sudden he started working for Department of Justice. And at one point during Clinton and Obama administration, he worked actually under Obama and Clinton administration during when they were president. And this lawyer, his name is Tony West. Basically, he was hired by the current CEO of Uber. His name is Darryl. This guy, the current CEO of Uber, he's actually a foreigner. You know, he's from Iran. You see what I'm talking about? He came here at a young age, you know what I'm saying? And he worked his way up. He was the former CEO. He was the former CEO of Expedia. You know, he really took Expedia to another level. And at one point, when when Uber was looking for a CEO, this guy took over, right? So this guy, Tony West, the chief legal officer at Uber, he's married to Kamala Harris' sister. I'm telling you, he's married to Kamala Harris' sister. Kamala Harris' sister is our vice president, right? So he's the brother-in-law of Kamala Harris. So look, as one married to Kamala Harris' sister and is chief officer at Uber, they could get away with a lot of murders. You know, and the government would not resist. You know what I'm saying? Talking about now they don't want it to actually reclassify the drivers. They're fighting all the states and cities to keep the drivers independent contractors, right? Because they don't want drivers to turn into employees, because it's a cost involved of having to run, bookkeeping with these people as W-2. I'm just saying, you know, like, drivers have a voice. We provide the cars, we provide the insurance, we provide everything. Only thing they give us is the app. Only thing they give us is the software. You know, although Uber they claim that they are tech company, but they're not. They're not. They, European Union, they classified them as transportation company. And you know what? Even if there's no, I mean, because you can see they doing everything it takes, you know, like branching to different things, cruise, boat, like it seems like this CEO, you know, which is the current CEO of Uber, as it was, he was CEO of Expedia. He wanted to turn Uber into a travel, institution, you know, like Expedia is, but. I don't know, man. They might have people, you know, they might keep the drivers because they could generate money from other resources, you know, as they grow, and they're worth the billions.
Hi,
how you doing?
You're okay with the dog in a carrier?
No problem.
Thank you.
What's your name?
Prashant?
Hi, how you doing? Thank you. At least, you know, not a lot of people, they ask you first, you know, at least you have this to actually ask me whether, you know, I'm okay to actually carry the dog. You know, I have no problem.
Doesn't have an option.
But it's not an option. I mean, look, some people, they come with the dogs and they say, oh, my dog is a service dog.
Yeah.
But they're not really service dogs. They just claim the service dog so they can.
Ours is definitely not a service dog.
Thank you. You see how you being
This guy
very.
doesn't qualify as a service.
Yeah, no.
He's very sweet, but he's not.
No, I
very
can
service.
see. No, you see how you being frank, but some people are not. Honestly, you know, they're just like, oh, my dog is service dog, but they're not dog. I could tell if the dog is service dog.
Yeah.
This is a spoiled brat, but it's afternoon, so it's
Don't worry about it,
not
man.
done for the day.
No, I think like the carrier helps with this, that you don't have any leftover in the car, which becomes.
I can imagine like having him there. Probably he's suffering right now.
No, he likes it.
He
He loves
loves
it.
it. He loves.
Oh, he
the
does
carrier
being
dog,
there?
Yeah. If he sees us with this bag, he refuses to
Oh wow!
walk. Yeah.
I know he used to the carrying out.
Yeah, he likes that. He doesn't have to like then walk, which he prefers.
charge you like $100 for a steak.
Are they even nice?
They got like aged steak, you know.
What's let's say, go-to steak, favorite steaks? If you, let's say, one meal, fancy meal, like destination.
They have, what is it? Like a fancy meal?
Yeah. Let's say.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Fancy steak dinner.
This steak is special, you see.
It's very good.
Like it's the grass-fed meat steaks.
Connectivity is not bad. Once. Nothing. And that's just like expressways.
I hate to blow horn. This is the first time I'm gonna blow horn today. First, I know for a fact.
First for today.
First for today. I don't like to blow horn. Honestly, I know for a fact this is the first for during my rest. You know, since my shift started at 7:30 this morning. Yeah, I mean, some people they sit there at the light, probably distracted with their phone.
Yeah, most likely.
You done? How you doing? How you been? Yeah, I don't ride no more. Yeah. I still have 2 bikes. I have insurance on it. Yeah. Take care. Horse and carriage saves your marriage. Need to go on horse and carriage. Take your dog too, right? You probably
married.
enjoy it. Huh?
Are you married?
No, I meant like, have you ever took the horse and carriage ride?
No.
No. Yeah, inside the park is fun.
Yeah. I think they are not in this area.
Yeah, the stables are here.
The stables are here. Yes.
The city, they're trying to get rid of them, but so far, no. They couldn't. I mean, obviously, there's animal rights activists that they don't want to see the horses on the street. Yeah, it's true. Because some of them, they get spooked by the traffic, they get hit, some of them they get killed, especially now during the heat. I'm assuming there's animals they.
But NYPD also uses them.
Huh?
NYPD also uses them.
Well, yeah, I mean, they have stable also here, but it's not stable. Sometimes they bring just the trailer. But you don't see them that much on the street.
Sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah. They just come out for.
Occasion, celebration, something like
Yeah,
that.
they come out for show off sometimes.
Yeah.
It's not, yeah.
Right here is the stable. That
Stable,
that
yeah.
grey building.
Yeah, I know what the place is, trust me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we get this guy in this dog park.
He really likes horses, so he will like stop on the middle of his walk.
Oh, he's not scared of
So he's from Kentucky.
Oh, he's from Kentucky?
Yeah. They have,
Is he from Frankfurt, Kentucky?
we don't
We
know.
don't know.
We only know Kentucky.
Are you guys live in Kentucky?
No.
No. He is a rescue.
Oh, he's a cute dog, and he was
He was in Kentucky.
Yeah,
Kentucky, yeah, state of Kentucky.
Yeah, the shelter home. So he is really like he admires horses. Is what we get
I
a
can
sense of.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
I admire horses myself. This is your entrance here?
Yes.
Yes.
Maybe a bit ahead.
Oh.
Wherever you see a front now.
Yeah, it's crazy. This building are next to each other.
So wherever you stop, you can.
This is good?
Yeah, this is good.
All right, so you have a good day.
You too.
All right, take care.
All right, thank you.
Take care. You're welcome. See, I like this honest people right here. They brought a dog, right? And really get anybody get in the car and say, look, I have my dog. Can I bring my dog? No, some people, they think they have right to own you, man. Look, yeah, I'm bringing my dog. And if you refuse the dog, let me tell you something. If you refuse the dog, if you refuse to take a dog, you know what happened to you, my friend? You lose your account with Uber and Lyft. So you cannot refuse animals. Stupid, man. Yeah, you cannot refuse animals. If you do, and somebody complain about you, you lose your account. Even if the dog is not even service dog. Yeah. Man, it's my car, man. I could refuse dogs. I could refuse freaking people. You know, yellow cab, that's even severe, man. If you refuse someone and somebody complain about you, yellow cabs, you can lose your license quick. They will revoke it. They don't even suspend you. New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission, if you refuse somebody, I think they might let you go with scot-free, like first time as an offender. But you do it second time, man, your license is gone. It's revoked, not suspended, revoked. You can only, yellow cab, you only refuse if it's the end of your shift and you're going home. And the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission, they know that is your end. It's the end of the shift. You know why? They know it's the end of the shift. They know why they will think more likely we refuse at the end of the shift, because like just not that long ago, see how Uber they restrict us to only work 10 hours. That means you cannot work past 10 hours. It's the truth, yes. Before we used to work anytime, could work 24 hours. If you're fucking beast and you could stay up for 24 hours, yeah, you could work 24 hours. Now, we're constrained to actually only 10 hours of work. That means you only could work, you could work 10 hours, you could work up to 12 hours, but you only could work 10 hours while with your passengers. You see what I'm talking about? That time that you only actually carrying passengers. You know, you get my point? See, these people requested the wrong address. Hi, how are you today?
Good, how are you?
All right, no problem. I was going to 519 because the address was actually across the street.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it wasn't
Sorry
even
about
number. No
that.
problem, don't worry. It happens a lot, you know, it's just... Yeah, no. There we go, right?
Yeah.
No problem.
How long have you been trying?
Oh yeah, like actually since day one, honestly, since the inception, yes.
And when is that?
That was 3 years ago.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, almost. This the end of the year. It will be the third anniversary of
Wow.
yeah.
You just recently.
It was just recently. Yeah, I mean, if you lived in New York, you probably saw the cars, but you might not know exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, because initially when I started driving for them, people they thought it was a rental car. Because people they used to approach me, they go, because initially Revel was renting this electric scooters, mopeds. I don't know if you've seen them on the street before.
I think I've heard of those too.
Yeah, so those guys, Revel started as a rental moped service, right? They were renting mopeds, and then started in 2018. They were operating in San Francisco, District of Columbia, and New York. And at one point, 3 years ago, they decided to bill out on the bike thing, you know, because a few people got killed. It was huge liability. Yeah, I'm saying it's not just a scooter; it's a moped, like a moped, right? Yeah, but it's electric. So, you know, honestly, if I were to run a service like that, I want to make sure every person that runs scooter for me is motorcycle licensed. You know, they're from the right bike, right? But they can rent those bikes to anybody. But then they reinforced the laws. You know, they actually made a little bit of strict, you know, policy about getting on the platform. But then eventually, Robin decided to bill out on the scooter, and they transitioned to ride share. Yeah.
You have to own an electric car too.
We don't own an electric car because we work for these people as employees. They provide with the cars and everything. I do have my own car on Uber Lyft platform also, but I drive for these people part time. I kind of keep repeating this every time people when they ask me.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all right. No, honestly, it's my pleasure to explain to you certain things because, you know, this company when it came out, you know, sort of was a promise that they were gonna offer us, you know, because we work for them as employees, we're on the minimum wage. So minimum wage does not pay bills. Yeah, so they provided us with the cars and everything. But now, they didn't keep the promises. They didn't keep the promises. I'll tell you the truth. You know, good question. You know, honestly, I want to go to detail because a lot of people they ask me things about, you know, what it's like a Revel, that, and I want to explain to people exactly because I'm not afraid of anybody. Because obviously, initially when they offer us the job as employees, because as an Uber Lyft driver, you know, we provide the cars. Everything is out of pocket.
Yeah.
Only thing that Uber Lyft they provide us with is the software, which is not software; it's an app. Anybody could develop that app. You see what I'm talking about? So we dish out everything. Tear wear on our cars, insurance, everything. And they still take almost 50% of the trips. They do, yeah. It's a ripoff. Now they're ripping off everybody. So these people initially, the model about them launching these businesses, they promised they provide. Well, that's what they started as employers, providing employees status for the driver, and that was my thing because I wanted to tap into employment benefit. This is one of my thing about Rebel, but I was wanted to stick with them because eventually at one point I was advocating for them and all that, to stay because obviously most of the drivers that's what they want to be. Some of them they want to be employees, some of them they want to be independent contractors. But everyone has his own way of thinking. But yeah.
So you want to be an employer?
I could care less. I'm enjoying both worlds at this point. But now Revel, they revert drivers to W-2 instead of 1099. At the end of September, they want everyone to switch from employee into independent contractor, or they will lay you off. You see what I'm talking about? I mean, if you said you provide me with employment benefit in the beginning, so you should stick with that promise. But I could care less, I mean, I could still make money, but the only thing is I wanted to get the health
Kind of like bait and switch.
bait and switch. Yeah, they bait you, right? Click baiting.
So now it's like you can care less because they're just trying to be.
Yeah, they want to be like Uber, exactly. Because I understand they have the cost. They have costs involved or running a ride-share business. The cars they providing everything, and then plus they have to pay into the driver's employment benefit. You know what I'm saying? This is one of the things that Uber Lyft, it's very adamant that they just don't want to actually reclassify drivers into employees, and they're having problems all over the city, state, countries. You see, although Lyft, it's only in North America. There is a cost associated with having employees. You see what I'm talking about? Uber has, I cannot tell how many drivers they have worldwide, but just in California they got 1.5 million drivers, active drivers actually. Some of them probably they have a car they don't drive, right? Plus the rest of the state, I'm not sure, maybe you add in drivers here in New York City, we have like 100,000 drivers here. I mean, I could count, unless if I'm exaggerating a little bit, but they do have a crazy amount of drivers around the country. So that model, if employee is not feasible for them, I mean, and they're still fighting it in court. With California, Massachusetts, they just settled with Massachusetts recently. And now it's really good for Massachusetts drivers because we're the only people that get paid more than any other drivers as Uber Lyft drivers around the country. It's here in New York, Massachusetts, they just settled with the drivers. Now they're going to be it's crazy that Massachusetts drivers now they're getting paid $32 an hour, which is not bad, because they were. This is what Uber's doing is they fight in states and cities, so they keep the drivers independent contractors. But there was the attorney general there or whatever, the person that was it was just litigation. It was going for almost 3 years because Uber they want to copy one of these I think it's a proposition. Well, it's not a proposition. There's legislation called AB5. Already passed back then, right? During the pandemic. It's pre-pandemic. About Uber, they kept fighting to ballot in the history of this country. They actually dumped almost $200 million during the campaign, to actually contest the vote to vote yes to keep the drivers independent contractors. Yeah, consumers. One of the judges in California, he deemed that this Prop 22 is with the Supreme Court. No, with the district circuit, this guy, he's married to Kamala Harris' sister. Yeah, he's a chief legal officer at Uber. So they get away with a lot of things, right? If I'm a CEO and hired as legal officer,
So what happens if you're like as an employee since you don't own this car? There's like an accident.
oh yeah, everything is on them. Yeah, like see, this is the problem. You know, if they provide the car, because I know for a fact they had so many incidents recently with the cars. I mean, the drivers are beginners, they're novice, they never really kind of, and you know, they never drove before, and they tend to drive these cars that they hand for. These electric cars are not easy to drive. So the only thing I think about Rebel is they're pretty much last ditch effort to switch the drivers into independent contractors if it does not work for them. Because as independent contractors, see, if I'm employed right now, anything they throw at me as far as the trips, I cannot decline.
Right.
You see what I'm talking about? As an employee. As an independent contractor, you could do whatever. You know, cancel a trip. You don't want to take it. If you think the trip doesn't work, doesn't work taking it, you can cancel it. So now by having people, independent contractors, and they have that right to cancel whatever, then this service isn't going to be reliable anymore. Although Uber now and Lyft, they penalize you for canceling trips. They time you out. Like now, Uber, Lyft, they lock us out. They don't want us to drive a certain times. And I've been with Uber since the inception of Uber in the city. Yeah, they lock us out. Like they say, look, low demand, then you cannot work. We tell you when to work. No, I'm a independent contractor. I can work anytime I want. You can't tell me when to work, when not to work. It's true, honestly. It's just the consumer, they don't know what it's like on the other end of the drivers. You know, what they have to go through and what it takes to just, you know, for a passenger to, you know, launch their app and click request a car.
It's very frustrating.
It can be, my friend. And I'm not offending you or anything like that, but these passengers, they take it out on the drivers, literally. So why are you late? Why? I mean, it's not late. I mean, I've never had that experience with people before. You know, just for instance, like see how you requested the address, but it was across the street, but at least it was on the same street. You see what I'm talking about? Because that's what it says on my end. It says 519, but you know, or street, right? And sometimes that the pin on the map can be like random. And you click, you request a car, it could be like 3 blocks away. And then you go to that address and people say, why are you there? They blame you, they think it's your fault. Yeah. But it's all about the GPS. You turn off your GPS from your phone, and you cannot request a car, trust me. And in New York, it's dense. You know, all the buildings are close to each other. Yeah, if you live in a building, you live at the end of the building on the other side, and you pick up more likely to be tracks. But it's an easy fix, you know. You're always like, I kind of noticed, like from Uber, from the Revel Rider app, it really doesn't give you that option to kind of clear the address and put in the right one. It would just tell you the location, and then you request the car. Yeah, not knowing where the address is. And it's just the phone picks up the location, basically.
Snaps into a certain location.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, honestly, but on Uber Lyft, a rider app, you can always look at the address. You can see it's the wrong address. If you have 520 to 519, you can clear the address and put it in manually. Yeah, and it'll give you 100% accurate. You guys live on Upper West Side? Upper East Side? Or you live down Midtown? Or Upper East Side? It's quieter here sometimes compared to midtown.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a headache, man.
Seems easier to drive here.
I mean, yeah, look, coming up north, whatever, you know, subways can be crazy sometimes. Because
I think somebody left the
like for keys,
perfume.
yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, we're gonna go to the next stop. Take you on the ride with this last ride. Yeah, I'm glad the phone was actually yeah, it's perfect right now. Yeah, I really did not plan on actually streaming this long, but my shift ends at 3:30. Guys, I'm gonna take. Yes, again, it's perfect. I'm gonna take you on this last trip, and I'm gonna end the stream after I drop off this pass. Yeah, let me see. It's either the trunk or maybe the door is actually.
Okay.
We'll figure it out.
Should I try the door?
I'm gonna close the thing, the trunk,
Okay.
and then you can press the button right there. Yeah, and push it. That was the door. No, don't worry about it. It's confusing.
Is this for phone charging? Can I use it?
I mean, you can use the port, but I don't think it works. Try it. Yeah, because you need to have the USB-C in order for you to plug it in.
I have that.
Yeah, because I know more like because some of these plugs they don't work on some of the cars, not all of them.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
Looks like it's working.
it is.
Yeah.
I'm amazed.
I mean, I have a pretty good phone number.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I know for a fact that some of the cars when they plug in some of these USB cables they don't work for some reason. I don't know why.
Okay.
But there's wireless path here. As long as there's like a wireless adapter on your phone, then you can be able to charge your phone. Yeah, but I'm glad it worked. But I do have cables.
This is good.
Oh yeah, no,
drivers
yeah.
leaving soon.
I did slide to start the trip, but it did not go through. So yeah, I tried it again. I mean, look, they charge you like flat rate. Even if I take you all the way there and end the trip, you're still gonna charge.
It's working. It's working. Just making sure.
Yeah, just this app exactly because I work for Uber and Lyft. I also have my own vehicle. But this app, it's glitchy a little bit. You know, they haven't really.
I haven't used it before. It's got an app for it, so I thought I would try it.
Oh, you're gonna try? Yeah, give it a try. Try any app as long as you get where you want to go. You know? Northwest, right?
Yep.
I saw this guy, right? TSA, right? At the airport. He came out to pick up his food. The guy's delivering the food. It's got to be like Uber Eats or DoorDash, right? Yeah, I was saying, you know, I was telling the guy to tip the guy cash. You know? These food delivery guys, man, they don't get tipped. They deliver food, and next thing, they don't get no tip. And I was saying to TSA, no, make sure you tip the guy, man. He goes like, yeah, I'll get a tip. Yeah, guys, look, this is the end of my shift. I'm being recalled back, you know, so I want to appreciate you guys, and I appreciate each one of you that came to the stream, you know, want to be part of my live stream today. You know, it's amazing. I'm kind of really to a point where I'm not sure why actually even the phone was cooperating today. I need to go this way so I don't have to get stuck in traffic there. Yeah, but yeah, I don't want to get stuck in traffic. Yeah, guys, look, I just want to see something here. Oh, you know, everyone that was here today, you know, coming to say hello and everything, you know, it was cool. You know what I found out? You know why the phone wasn't lagging today? Because of, you know, I removed the protector cover. You know, the cover, not the screen cover. You know, the cover that protect the phone, right? To protect the cover, right? The buffer today, because normally, you guys, if you have a cover on your phone in the middle, and maybe if you have a cover, it will abstract, you know, the signal. That's what I thought. That's what I'm assuming, if it's the case. If not, I don't know why, but you know, delivery guys, man, they work. Like, they're in the winter, they're in bad weather, they're in the heat, and at least if someone bring you the food, man, you should have decency to tip them, right? You agree with me, guys? Yeah, I just ended her trip. Yeah, guys, I really appreciate you guys, you know, for coming by. I'm gonna start streaming. I just need me to get a, you know, decent phone. You know, I have, actually, like I said, I have an old generation phone, and it does not get update. You know, I'm even surprised at the fact that even YouTube works on this phone. You see what I'm talking about? So the more you have that old generation phones, and I don't think even Apple even updates some of these latest phones, like I don't know, the 11th, I think that's the latest. I mean, I think they have a list of the iPhone that they're no longer getting updates. So yeah, so I'm at the airport, dropped off my last passenger. I'm going this way to avoid the traffic on the left. You see that? Usually I come this way to like quick and fast. I'm returning the car. It's like about 15 minutes from here. It all depends on the BQE. Sometimes BQE could be like very packed. So look, guys, I hope you enjoyed this trip. You know, I hope you enjoyed the trip. Yeah, it was a trip. It was actually a trip. Honestly, it was a trip, because, you know, like, streaming for this long, I enjoy it. You know, when I stream, times go a lot faster and quick. You know, by the time I said that I was going to end my stream by 2 o'clock, I turned around, and when I picked up that passenger, it was only like 2:45. You know, I got here in 15 minutes to the airport, right? So, so tomorrow is Monday. yeah, tomorrow, yeah, I won't be able. I'm taking a paid time off with this company because I already getting paid, like if I don't work, and I need to take advantage of the paid time off before we switch to independent contractors, because I have almost like 60 hours of paid time off. So I want to take advantage of it also, you know what I'm saying? So Monday, obviously I need to take care of some business, and Tuesday I'm gonna come in and stream for you on Tuesday, guys. Maybe Wednesday, it all depends. But I won't be able to stream until next Saturday. Either Friday or Saturday. Right, guys? Guys, come in, you know, like just say hello, say, you know, like say where you guys from, you know, a little. It doesn't hurt to leave like a little comment there. And back, guys. You know, I hate to end the stream, right? I hate to end the stream, but